someone come get her. She's shrieking. Oh, someone come get her. She's shrieking. Oh no! Y'all, the video I was gonna play for music, it's private. No! 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 Oh no! Oh no! Oh, man. Bullshit. I'm just sitting here in the dark and in the sadness. Where'd it go? Damn it! Oh, that sucks. Anyway, I'm gonna pull out another video then. Fuck, what do I want to listen to now? Uh, oh no. I forgot I have a playlist called Bat Music. Do you want to listen to Bat Music and see what's here? I saved it, but I never really listened to it. No, my video. No, it's gonna be loud. Okay, let's turn that down. Okay, it's gentle. I'm still so sad. The video I wanted to play. Man. Hopefully none of this music is copyright. That would suck. But Bat Music, apparently. Thank you for the hugs. Welcome in, everybody. Loros, thank you for the first. And Sugar, thank you for the 40 months. Hell yeah. With Prime, right? Yeah, with Prime. Taking pennies out of Bezos' pocket. Hell yeah. And also, thank you for the hug, Loros. Also, Loros, I'm very proud of you for making your game. You got this. I believe in you. I forgot about that, the orange. And the orange costume and the dead Desmond. Anyway. I thank you for the hug, Sugar. Alright, we're probably just gonna get started with the art. I ain't got nothing else to say besides, my video. This is nice music, though. I'm gonna turn it up on my headset so I can hear it a little better. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. It's not too loud, is it? I can't tell. I can't tell. I'll turn it down just a little bit more, I guess. That looks about right. Maybe a little bit more? Close enough. Because I have a fine tuning fork when it comes to music. Also, Weewan is sleeping, so I'm going to be whispering just a little bit. But yeah, welcome in, everyone. How you doing? It is Wednesday, my dudes. Just start screaming. Is it Wednesday? Is it Wednesday? It's Wednesday! Yeah, I'm just making sure. I want to make sure I have everything in my brain. Yarrars. Yeah, yarrars. Alright. Let's do some art, shall we? Let's do some world building art. Oh, I also want to show off something real quick. Also, I should probably do this. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Should probably keep this pinned, huh? That way you guys can go read that if you want. If I get rated, it'll help me remember to direct raters to my writing that I made, because I really do want people to enjoy my writing. I've had a couple hundred people look at it, and that's all I can ask. That's all I can ask from people. Also, I will let you guys know that the first 2 chapters have been completely cleaned up. I have checked everywhere for any typos or issues that there might be. There was only like 2 or 3 things that I needed to clean up, but I did it. So chapter 1 and 2 are very much done. And the reason I had to go back in and clean them up is because I didn't have any beta readers to catch certain things like that. But Wolf was actually very helpful and read over my chapters and was like, hey, you had a misspelling here. And I'm like, oops. So I fixed that. And then I went through chapter 2 using not Google Docs, because I've been writing on Google Docs for a while. And then I realized it wasn't catching certain words, and it wasn't doing shit the way I needed it to. Because they're now using AI to spell check, which is frustrating. They don't have regular spell check anymore. They spell check your work based on basically what the consensus is with everyone else, like what they wrote the word to be. And then if everyone misspells something, for instance, that's what Google is going to think it is. So, like, let's say, I can't even think. Oh, I know a word. I wrote down unfazed, and I wrote it UNFHASED, right? And I was like, that sounds about right. Google Docs should have caught that and told me, no, that's not right, idiot. It's the other way. FAZ. It did not, because that's how everyone fucking misspells it. I saw it in real time. Also, there was a few issues here and there because I think Google Docs is, at least I think it's changing what I write sometimes. So I basically just went in and I cleaned up everything in a brand new writing program. This writing website is actually really good. Not sponsored. Not sponsored, but I want to talk about it. It's really good. And I've been using it to clean up my chapters. It's been real nice. What do you use? It's called Ellipsis. It's a ELLIPSUS, like ellipsus, you know. And it's really good. Unlike Google Docs, it, once again, not sponsored, but unlike Google Docs, it doesn't show off like the real name of whatever your what is it? Your Google Docs, like Google account name is. It just has a picture and my account name. It's really nice. It lets you add collaborators to write, just like in Google Docs. It lets you invite people to write. It lets you invite people to comment on stuff or leave suggestions. It's really nice. I want to use Proton, but it doesn't have the features that Docs has. I could use LibreOffice and sync through Dropbox, possibly. I'm just choosing Ellipsis because it's really nice. It also has its own themes, so if I want a dark mode, I can just put the theme into a dark mode. My only, not gripe or complain, but my only suggestion for this would be to have a like chapter tab or something, because as so far, it's only one page, which is fine. Google Docs did that at one point, and then Google Docs added those tabs. You know what else is really nice? Me crying and throwing up. But yeah, it's really nice, but I would like them to have tabs, chapter tabs, so that I can add smaller chunks of text and edit it that way. But apparently, that is one of the most requested things people have asked the Ellipsis dev team to make, and they're planning on adding it, so that's one of the first things they're going to be adding, and I'm very excited. So the moment they add that, then I can say this thing is absolutely perfect. Right now, it's like a 9 out of 10. That's the feature I want. Tabs are so handy. The tabs are so nice. That's why I stuck with Google Docs for so long, because I really like the tabs. This does not currently have tabs, but it has drafts, which let's hope Google won't gatekeep that feature. They can't. They physically cannot. Otherwise, they'd have to gatekeep, like, literal websites. Like, you cannot gatekeep a fucking internet feature. That's, at least I hope they can't. I don't think they can. Oh well. Anyway, let's do some art, shall we? Let's go on over here. Ah! Save? But there's nothing to save yet. Being a menace in City of Heroes? Hell yeah. City of Heroes was a fun-ass game. I love City of Heroes. Okay. Just make sure my driver's booted, because sometimes I forget to do that. Because I'm a silly little boy. There we go. Alright. So, I've been brain rotting on these people for a while. Oh yeah, also, this is what I wanted to show off real quick. Since Vans isn't happening for a bit, I'm thirsty for characters and roleplay. Help me. I cannot help you. But, look what I made. It's the babies. I was drawing this the other day. I was drawing this Monday to be like, yay, my story came out. And this is the finished result. There's Grelov, my fluffy cat son with 4 arms, and I love him. Happy juice. And then I colored and finished Owen. My son. My beautiful son. My 2 children. And yes, this is Owen from Trivium. This is the exact same character. The only difference is that I made this one a trans man, which means he is shorter. And he's also not British, he's American. You know, big difference there. Still the same boy, though. Not really super confrontational, wants to calm people down, very adaptive. Pretty chill, baby. Because my original Owen is about this tall. But it's basically the same dude. He's got a bit of hip. His shoulders are not super wide, because he's not, like, super giga-chatted. And Grelov is just a cat. Grelov is just kitty. I'm so ready for when the RP server I am in has its next season. I'm gonna be such a sneaky little guy. Sneaky little dude. Gotta fix my glasses. Oof. I mean my face. But yeah, there's my boys. I'm probably gonna use this image, this clip canvas to do this with other characters. Because I do want to draw more characters at some point. Also, none of your characters are safe from me biting them. Oh no! My character is getting bit! Oh no! Oh no, such a tragedy. Oh no, I'm so scared for the... Oh no, anyway. Let us boot up. Where is it? Where are you? Eldritch Nova. Where's my species? Species. LD Novi. Zernua. There we go. Oh yeah, I was curious if Owen in Trivium was also trans. He is not. In Trivium, he is cis. In this story, he is trans. Because I know Amari is a trans bab. Yeah. Amari is trans. He is a big ol', what's the word? Very big-hipped trans femboy. With the cutest fucking ears that wiggle when he's happy. Or angry. And they droop when he's sad. But no, in Trivium, Owen is cis. In this story, I made him trans. I made him a trans-American. Whoops.
Water.
It's the itty zip bot. Thank. Alrighty. But yeah, no. In the story, for the sake of the story, I made him trans. And there's a reason for that. Him being trans is actually, like, needed for the story to work. Itty sick Bob! Yeah. What the fuck, Lilith? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I'll be right back. Hold up. I'm gonna make out with my husband. Hold on. Kicked red. I'm back. I had to love on my husband's face. He was still sleeping when I woke up this morning, so I didn't get to really mwah him. So I mwah him now. Oh, I could probably turn that off, huh? Hold on. Hey man, we can't be doing stuff with the bat. The bat's not even here. The bat was turning off a fan and opening the curtain. Anyway, hi. How's it going? Welcome in, everybody. How did you dodge that? I didn't dodge. You missed. Anyway, hi everybody. How's it going? No, wait, please. No, wait, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for the 100 beaties. Lilin, thank you for the 1 beatie. And Reman, thank you for the 1 beatie. Alright, let me catch up on chat real quick. And then I'll start drawing. Right now I have my gay boys in the front demanding Lilin show me his casual days. Like what he looks like when he's dressed casual. Whoa, that's gay! Yeah. I'm also gonna do some sneaky stuff on Cobblemon server, because for my own gym team, got to give some Pokemon of mine illegal moves! Loros! You're able to be illegal with your Pokemon? The heck? What the fuck? Cough and Gregus now have Shadow Tag and Perish Song. Oh my god. Also, hi Drayed, how's it going? Yeah, I went to go smooch my bear. Yeah, I remember you talking about the universe's romance thing, where Owen being trans makes sense for the mechanic to work, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. So, not really spoilers because it's talked about, like, in the 1st and 3rd chapters, but the story with these two in it exclusively need Owen to be trans for it to work. Because they go through it's kind of like it acts like the pulse for the Tauramians, the way I work the pulse, but the pulse is a little more lenient. This is a mechanic that doesn't, it's like, I don't know how to call it, I don't know what to call it, but I don't know the term for it. So like Sugar hugging me mid drop kicks, we're both sailing through the air at Mach Jesus. Last time the Dreadishim went flying. Nice, nice. Yes, yeah. Noom. Flippy is forcing me to play video games for their amusement. Me with Leon, though. Every time Leon boots up an old game that he wants to play again, I'm like, can we sit in the Discord call together so you can stream it to me so I can have it on my big screen while I draw so I can do 2 things at once? I want to watch you play. Beefs my little fingies together. Babe, can you play the game for me? Of course, I do get a little illegal stuff. Or isn't our motto literally "Be gay, do crime"? You know what? You're fucking right. But yeah, the mechanic, I don't know what it's called. I want a sush. You want a sush? Well, think about it. If you're good, baby. Okay, so you guys are possibly knowledgeable about this. I'm not as knowledgeable. So I'm learning new terms every day. Like the term sex pollen, for instance. I didn't know what the fuck that was. But apparently it's a mechanic in a story. It doesn't have to be pollen. Bad horse says don't get sushi. Oh, are you a bad horse? Or are you a good horse, Bubba? But apparently the term sex pollen was coined to explain, like, the fuck are you saying? I'm teasing my husband. The term scrumdiddlyus? I see. Man, are you a good horse or bad? I'm just asking a question, babe. Be a bad horse. Oh, hugs beer horse. Live your life. I was just asking a question. Also, I have apple juice. Teehee. But no, I'm trying to figure out what it would be called in, like, romance book terms. Oh, shit. Wait, no. But like I said, sex pollen is one of these terms that I recently learned about, and it's a mechanic in a story that makes the characters hot for each other. It's like a literary device that a bunch of erotica authors use. I've seen it be used in books before, and I'm like, oh, that's weird and neat, whatever. And then, like, I learned it has an actual term for it. I can't figure out the term for whatever these fuckers I'm dealing with has. It's like a true mate, bond, soulmate thing. But for some reason, in this lady's book, it only happens for AMABs and AFABs. And they get put together. So I said, what if one of them... It's very much a straight couples fantasy. And I'm like, but what if one was trans and the other was gay? I'm cackling, as you should be. Time to put him down. No! Hi, Ellie. Welcome in. I mean, just hit him with the summer heat special. Yeah, like, it's some sort of they go into heat thing. That's what sex pollen is, quote unquote. It's something that makes characters become horny randomly, like instinctively. But that's one of the components of whatever this is. Y'all will see it happen. It'll happen at some point. Honey Sugar's gone. Anyway, I can't for the life of me remember know the term. Cupid pulled out the horny arrow. Yeah, basically. But that's one of the components for this mechanic that this person uses in these IPs that I wrote this fanfiction from. But I don't remember, like, what it would be called when it's like, oh, some inexplicable force is pulling you together because you're supposed to be together. Like the whole, like, soulmate trope, but it's like a literal thing that grabs you and throws you into the other person. I don't know, like, the actual term for that. The red thread of fate? Not quite. Maybe. It's me. Oh, it's Dread. But yeah, this, like, destined soulmate thing. I'm holding the voodoo dolls and making them kiss. You know what? Okay, so it's Dread. We have to blame Dread. But yeah, I don't know the actual term for it in, like, romance fiction. I'm sure there is, but I don't know what it is. Oh my god. Just a tanuki in the rafters. Yeah. It possibly comes from the Omegaverse. Fucking shoot me. To be fair, I feel like Omegaverse inspired a lot of erotica. Now kiss. Yeah, I can't... I don't know what it's called when it's like, oh yeah, you're supposed to be together. So this inexplicable thing knows to put you together. I don't know the mechanic. But that's what these two are having to deal with. And for some reason, in the IP at least, it always puts men and women together because they have to have children. That's the mechanic of the issue that they're dealing with. So I'm like, but what if one was trans? Tanukian with the little cupid wings, a slingshot, and voodoo dolls. No, calm down. Fate? Destiny? The need to breed? Yeah, something like that. It's, like I said, I don't know the term. They probably have googly eyes. Yeah. Yes, excellent. Impreg would take care of the must produce children issue. So would being a trans man. You get impreg. Congrats, Lilin. But that's why I made him a trans dude. Because the character himself is a cis man. Like, in normal circumstances. But then I was like, trans though. And now he can have babies. Now I could get him pregnant. Thank you, Biolumin. Yes, anyone who's AMAB could get Owen Burgert because he is AFAB. I'm gonna pet him on his head. I say as a trans woman, you right. The thing is, in this story, in this like universe that I'm writing in, you would only be able to get with other women or trans dudes. Because it only allows for Pingus and Virginer to go together. Because it's like, no, you have to propagate your species. That's the mechanic in this story. I'm okay with that. You know what? That's fair. What if I want to get the big cat pregnant, though? He doesn't have a womb to get pregnant with. With what womb? Someone's like, I'll give him one! My cat man is very pretty, though. I love him. I will be a trans tomboy GF with my trans femboy BF. I will try my best. Wait, are you trying your best to get my cat knocked up? Is that what you're saying? You'll be knocking up the cat? Because Lilin wants to knock up the cat. You can knock up Owen, babe. You got this. I believe in you. You know what? The whole and business is overrated. Anyway, I don't know why I went down this tangent. I'm mostly just trying to figure out what the fuck that is called in the literary sense. Like, what is the trope called? It's clearly a trope. Go commit pregnant Frigante. Throw me to the wolves and I'll come back. Throw me to the wolves and I'll come back a father. No. Yeah, that sounds about right. Apparently there's a line to knock up the cat. Yeah, everyone said, Owen, he's cute, I guess. The cat? Let's knock him up. Inside of you there are two wolves. They're both gay. They both want to knock up the cat. Both are horny. Ill-fated lovers? Nah, I'm gonna look it up. Can I spell correctly, please? I'm going to TV tropes. And seeing if it helps. Gross. Gross.
Butler Jenga! Okay.
Bettler, put me on my throne.
Okay. I'll put you on my head. Here you go. Where are you? Where's the cheese woman? There she is. Boop, right on my noggin. Here you go.
Butler, put me on my throne. And now I'm thinking of a bear-wolf hybrid. Dude, that would be kind of cool. Inside your two wolves, hope you brought enough lube. Oh my god. Oh no. Yeah, okay, so I've looked it up, and the trope could be called, like, fated, like, people who are, like, basically, like, soulmates or fated mates, something like that. Like, TV Tropes calls it the one true love trope. But for some reason, in all of these fucking stories, the one true love trope has nothing to do with anything but men and women getting together. I'm so excited for Van to continue next week. Same! Let's fucking go! Yeah. But supposedly that is what it's called.
Hi, Renetta. Welcome in. Thank you for the hug on the wee one.
I got to flirt with a cute trans femme earlier today. Nice! But yeah, it is, I will say it's talked about in the first chapter of my story. Grelov bemoans it. Because he's like, I mean, I don't want to get with a woman. I don't want to marry a lady. This sucks. And then shenanigans ensue. Alright, so these are my babies. These are my Jernua, now that I'm done yapping about that stuff.
I need to hip, yes.
So first things first, I'm gonna have to write down a few things. So we're gonna actually scroll in here and use these lines as like a reference point for notes.
Booga booga.
I like how you design their feet.
Thanks!
It's like lizard. I wanted it to be kind of dinosaur-y.
Dinosaur.
And I wanted the toes to be a little longer because, yes, their feet are digitigrade, but they're a little lower. So it helps with the counterbalance.
Dinosaur.
Dinosaur. Yeah, the trope is called fated mates, where it's like, oh, you're fated to be together because some inextricable source that you don't know has said so. And it's like, oh.
Oh, thank you for the piano. Thank you for the bed lumen.
Oh, I'm kind of cold. Hey, babe, can I turn off the air for a bit? I'm a little cold. Fuck! I fucked it up. I can't turn it off like a dum-dum. It's beeping. It's just not doing it. My AC hates me. Come the fuck on. There we go. Jeez. Anyway. Bobby and I do that whole dinosaur meme all the fucking time. It's funny. I love that meme. I saw it like recently and I was like, this is great. It's a meme of I don't know if this is the original meme, but it was a thing of a dude having like a dinosaur pictures showing up on his laptop, and he had his bird behind the laptop being like, hey, it's me. It's really cute. Dinosaur. I'm starting to get further infected by the monster cuddler stuff because the idea of hugging and kissing a giant monster hand is hitting me hard right now. Aww. Sugar Skull. Oh, what is in my ears? Oh no, I hate this noise. Apparently I'm the reason Desmond does it. Leon is literally half the reason I am the way I am now. Hear me out. He is very tall compared to me. In fact, this is literally our height difference. Almost. I would be up here, but my eyes go directly to tit height. I am at the perfect height for him, right? He also has nice, soft, fluffy, long-ass hair. He's also very furry. I love shoving my face in his chest. His hands are very big and nice. Big furry or scaly paw with big deadly claws. I'm a gimp. Gimp. It's Leon's fault. I am only face level with Bobby if I stand on a curb. I need a whole ass step stool to try and get to Leon's height, and even then he still has to crouch a little. It's slightly embarrassing. It's only a little embarrassing. Okay, so I don't like this crunchiness happening in my ear, so I'm gonna switch to the next song. Because the music was doing like this crunchy, like, noise in my ear, and I didn't like it. Little, small.
I'm just a little guy, Your Honor. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Be nice to me.
In the tone of that witch meme. No! Yeah. Alright, let's start taking notes, shall we? So, I worked on their biology last time, and then I started drawing some clothing examples, but we can take those off for the moment, because we don't need them. So, this is what they look like. Wholesale, we'll go over real quick. Ow. Oh yeah, happy Mother's Day. What the heck? Is it Mother's Day? Is it Mother's Day? It could be. Dread! I think I'm having a stroke. You've always had the monocle, right? Yes! Yes! Oh, well, for this, model I do. Brother, yeah? Look, what? Dread, look at my emotes. Look at my emotes. I'm having a time. Look at my emotes. I have a monocle in all of them. Dread! It's been a bad time. You know what? That's fair. I think it's coming up this weekend. I'm just saying it just in case. Ah, that's fair. You have emotes? I have emotes! Don't you fuck with me, you little shit. I have emotes. Here, hold on. Dread. Sweetie. Bless your heart. Where are my emotes? Where are my emotes? It's okay. I have a monocle in all of them. Except for this one, but that's because my eyes are tearing up and crying. You can't see it. I have monocle! For no reason other than he was in the room. Do you smell burnt toast? I will drop ship myself to you and drop kick you and the bear. Wow, for no good reason than other he's in the room. That's so mean. Don't drop kick me, man. He don't deserve it. Yeah, this Sunday's Mother's Day. Got it, okay. Bear, I only smelled this bear. I can't believe Desmond moved his monocle to the other hand just to fuck with Dread. No! Dread. Sister. Girl. You okay? Do you need a hug? Is this you right now? Do you need help? No monocle on this one. Yeah, I know, but that's because the tears are in the way. I also have other ideas, but like I have no fucking don't tucky me, I Angie. I have ideas for other emotes. I was like but I don't have the room. Tears wouldn't erase the monocle. No, but I want the tears to be the focal point, so I opted to remove the monocle for the readability. Sometimes you gotta sacrifice a few details for readability. That's just Art 101. Alright. Back to the thing at hand. So, these are my Zhernua. That's what I've been calling them. Z-H-E-R-U-A. Wait, N-U-A. Zhernua. And they are lizard. They're going to be Drakkar-seeded species, which is why they have more males to female ratio. The force of little baby man tears is so powerful the monocle got washed away down the drain. Yeah. Zhernua? Hardly Noah. God damn it. But yes, that's how you spell it. My sister, you cannot drop kick me in a way that matters. It doesn't mean I won't try. But yeah, this is lizards. They are, like I said, based on the Drakkar, because the Drakkar made them. The Drakkar has made a bunch of reptilian species because their entire thing is to propagate so that they can make slaves, basically. They're taking their DNA and making lesser versions of themselves, at least what they think or what they believe is lesser versions of themselves, to enslave and basically cannibalize these people, because the Drakar don't give a fuck. So that would mean these guys have green inner body parts, such as the mouth, the tongue, the genitalia. That would all be green based, and their blood would also be green based. Whoa. I'm so excited for Friday. I'm excited for you too. So yeah, if they open their mouth, they will have like a green tint to it, and apparently there are lizards that actually have that. Can I see? Oh, obviously not here. Lumen. What's happening Friday? Oh, Leon, do you want to talk about it? Do you want to say a little bit about what you're doing? Here, I will show you this real quick, though. I guess scare alert for whoever hates lizards, I guess. No, but like, could drop it in server. I could if it was drawn. It's not drawn yet. But you see how this lizard actually has like a bluish green mouth? That's kind of how their mouth works. It's like a greenish color whenever they open it. And yeah, their blood is green. I don't know if I want to make their blood poisonous or not, because the lime green blood of this lizard that I showed you, they're called a green-blooded skink, by the way. They, I believe, have poisonous, toxic blood. But I don't know if I want it to be toxic. I don't care, I'm biting down right between the thighs. Ah! Oh, don't, that sounds painful. Get me case of Riftbound Unleashed. That's true. He's getting a case of Riftbound stuff, this Friday. How did you swing that? You do it, babe, you should, well, he's gonna be opening with a bunch of other dudes. I don't know if, cause like, I know his brother was like, listen, I am a good luck charm, but only when I'm high. So they're like, fuck it, bring brother over whenever we open these cases. Give him a fucking gummy and just let him open packs. Like, it's so funny to think about. Cracking open a cold one, Riftbound with the boys. Same dread. What if their blood was strawberry flavor? Strawberry flavor. Fuck, why is that so hard to say? Strawberry flavor. No, it is not strawberry flavored. It is death flavored. That would be interesting if their blood was poisonous, because Ven kind of has a taste for blood. Oh no, Ven, please. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, though. I don't know if I want the Drakar's blood to be toxic or not. The Drakar probably would have toxic blood. These guys, though, hey man, don't clip me being an idiot. Well, Sam and baked a tater and I opened fire. Cracking a cold boys with the open ones. Yeah, with the old ones. Oh shit. I might record it. Yeah, that'd be cool. Hell yeah, brother. Yell yeah, brother. But I think I'll have the Drakar have toxic green blood. I don't know if these guys will have it toxic, but I do know they have green blood as well. I do what I want. You know what? That's fair, Dread. With my goggles, with your good goggles. Gonna go for a walk in the park. Go have a little walk, Lumen. Enjoy your walk. But yeah, I think we're gonna make these guys green-blooded, like the green-blooded skink. Because the Drakar, like I said, are also, green-blooded. Which means anything inside their body is green. Their muscles are probably more green, because we are very red thanks to our copper-based blood. Let me know when this lizard's bits are drawn. Well, I'm not doing it here, obviously. I'd also have to figure out how I want them to look. Yeah, iron-based. We'll keep you updated on lizardiness. Lizardiness! Copper would make it blue-green. Copper would make it more blue. Because that's actually what, crabs have. Not crabs. Horseshoe crabs? Horseshoe crabs, octopus, spiders, those all have blue blood. And that is because it is copper based, and because copper doesn't need to carry as much oxygen for the creature. Basically. Because my Catosians are blue blooded. No. I want the lizard Ussy. Okay. Close your eyes, picture a regular Ussy, and now make it green. Make the inside green. You did it. There's the lizard Ussy. The clitoris might be a little different. Sound like you said horseshoe crab. That horseshoe crab. No, horseshoe crab. They have blue blood. We harvest it for medical reasons. Let me grab my sketchbook again. Yeah. Get the sketchbook. Wait, no. I'm distracted, Lumen. But yeah, that's basically how they work. Just green instead of red, where our more red parts would be. It's why a lot of animals have red-based insides, because of their iron-based blood components. Fun fact, you know our bones are actually pink because of that? Does that mean creatures with blue blood have blue bones? Like a powder blue? These are questions. Anyway. Back to anatomy. Yeah, so since these guys are green-blooded, that has no bearing on, like, how they breathe, because green blood actually can come from a red-blooded ancestor. That's what happened with the skinks. Which means that red blood and green blood probably work in a similar vein. Now, for these guys, I wouldn't know why there is green blood going on in the universe. There just is. It's because of the Drakkar. I would have to go into the Drakkar exactly to figure it out, but it comes from their toxic nature. These guys do not have toxic blood like the Drakkar, though. And as a result, they have also started gaining spikes on their face and horns on their head. They've lost a finger. As you can see here. They've lost a finger. Because the Drakkar have 4, weirdly enough. Because these things don't evolve. No creature evolves wholesale to look like what creature seeded them. So even though the Drakkar are these big dragon lizard people with like a T-Rex feet with 4 fingers, these guys are going to evolve in a different way. It's just how it works. The Drakkar cannot make perfect copies of themselves by just seeding the race. Which means basically they take their DNA and what's the word? They basically make bacteria and a Luca out of their DNA sequence, throw it onto a planet that's developing, and go, okay, little creatures, grow. And then they come back in a few million years to see what has evolved from that little creature that they've put on the planet, basically. Thank you, sugar. Yes, I'm very yawny. I don't know why. Damn it! I'm assuming it's because I'm talking a lot. I'm not tired. But yeah, that's what I mean when I say they seeded the race. It means they went to a planet millions of years ago, plonked some sort of petri dish of little single cell or maybe multi-cell creature, a la spore. You know, like the little creature. I don't know what it's called. What is that creature called? In spore. One more for before that I missed. Hold on, I gotta Google it. I have pen in my mouth. What are the stages in Spore? I really like Spore, by the way. It's a pretty fun game. Oh, that's right. They didn't add the swimming stage. And you made me on. Cell stage. It's just called a cell stage. So it's basically like they throw creatures at a cell stage into a planet and say, go, be free, create new creatures. And that's how these guys were made. Because it was coming from Drakkar DNA. Happy juice. Alright, so anatomy aside, these guys have started developing in a certain way that the Drakkar did not expect. In fact, a lot of the lizards do not do this. Like the Drakkar, the females started becoming less in population, and there were more males than females, because in the Drakkar, it's like 1 to 10. There is a very rare chance to have a female. Women be rare. But that means that they can very easily take on more than one male as, like, concubines and be like, teehee, I'm cool and you're not. And then whatever dudes they don't pick, they're just off doing their own thing. Probably each other. Did you take your meds? I actually don't need to take my meds right now. I'm off my meds right now. But thank you for reminding me. But as such, because of this, biological issue that they've got going on. Unmedicated bat. I am unmedicated! These guys inherited that issue. It's not as bad. It is a 1 female to 2 males. Not a 1 female to every 9 males. But it's still skewed in the ladies' favor, where they're basically in charge, pretty much. And I've been thinking about how this was going to work culturally over time. Leon, did you take your Hans pills? Leon's in bed right now. He don't need to take his pills. He's in bib. He's so cute in the bib. Ah! Hello? Wild times! Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I was staring at my husband. I thank you for the shout out. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Wild Times. And welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as Worldbuild on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games, from RPGs to roguelikes. Wild Times, what were you doing? You were probably playing Toontown. Yep, there it is. You were playing Toontown. Hell yeah. Gotta eat first or pills kill me dead. That is true. Leon has to eat before he takes his pills. But welcome in, Raiders. I hope you're all comfy, cozy, sitting down in the cafe, enjoying my lizards. Because I'm drawing lizard people. Well, I'm talking about lizard people. I'll be drawing them and writing out, like, their culture soon. Because this is World Building Wednesday, so we're world building. I hope the art's going well. It is! It's going well so far. I've been off track for the past hour, but that's fine. Also, Raiders, do you like monsters? Do you like romance? Do you like gay stuff? Do you want to see a human man kissing a monster man? Check the top of chat right there. I have something pinned for you, and you can go read a story that I wrote. And I've published the first 2 chapters. Every Monday and Thursday, a new chapter will be uploaded. So tomorrow, chapter 3 will be out. Go read that if you are so inclined. But yeah, the art's going good. I was just discussing how these guys work. Well, we were covering what their anatomy acts like, how their biology is, like a quick rundown, because that files into their culture, basically. Yeah, tomorrow! So, yeah, lizards. Let's get started on their caste system. So, the way I've been seeing this is it goes in the order of which I've drawn them. The caste system itself probably has something to do with, like, the royal people and the priests and all that, and then it slowly goes down to the laborers, artisans, and then, like, the undesirables, aka, like, criminals and thieves and stuff like that. And each one has their own cultural role. And if you have been kicked out, you wear certain things depending on your cultural background and your caste and your system in the caste. So that's what I'm going to be writing down today. So the way I see their caste system working is that in each tier of the caste system, there is another tier that has to do with gender. So let's look at the royalty. The royalty caste, yay! In the royalty, at the very, very top, you have the females. So it would be like a queen, pretty much. Maybe her sisters, which could be considered her advisors. Or even priestesses. You know what? I'm going to write down priestesses. And those would be like her advisors.
Goodness, Cecil, what?
So after that, we would have the alpha males. I forgot, I was like joking that I was like, I'm gonna make ABO from hell. So we have alpha males and beta males, and then I guess we have the quote-unquote omegas, which would technically be the females, because they're the ones that give the birth. It doesn't work that way, though, because alphas are basically just big males, beta males are just little males, and they each do different things. So alpha males in this list, and then I'll put beta male here. And the alpha males are these big giant dudes, usually very saturated and warm in their colors. They are roided out motherfuckers that for some reason they just become big. And I did base them slightly off of the side blotch lizard, which is why they are huge. So the way side blotch lizards work, there are 3 kinds of males. They're called morphs. There's 3 morphs of males. There's the orange male, the yellow male, and the blue male. The orange male is basically the alpha for these guys. He's huge, he's territorial. He's the big dog. He's the one that gets all the ladies. In side blotch lizards, there's also a blue male, but I removed him, basically. And then there's the yellow male, which is like a lot more like a female, and he sneaks in, pretending to be a female. He's like, look, I'm so pretty, look at me. I kind of took this and I changed it around a little bit. So the way it works here is that the females are the ones that give the birth. They're the ones that choose who to pass genes with. What happens tomorrow? My story! Drink the rest of my appy juice. Now I feel good. But yeah, the alpha males, they don't choose, like, who they get with. That's actually a female-only thing. The ladies are the ones who propagate genetics. If you can't manage to impress a female good enough to let her be like, oh yeah, you'll be the father of my progeny, you don't get to pass on your genes. That's just how cutthroat the females are. But yeah, so females, the birther. Here, you know what? I'm gonna do this real quick. I'm going to establish what their unique role is gender-wise, and then I'll do their caste system. So, yeah, female. They're the ones that they propagate the species. What, baby? He doing proper paws. Oh, he doing big purrs. Baby boy, are you getting loved on? Oh, hello. Hi. Yes, I know you love me too. You're so sweet. Alright, let me respell this correctly. I can spell, I promise. Hi, baby. I have a cat rubbing on me. Oh, he left. Get back here, Kevin. Hi, baby. Okay. But yeah, it's up to the female to propagate the species and choose the partner or partners. Because some will take on more than one. What else? They also raise the females. They raise the children and specifically the females. They teach the other ladies. And they are basically just in charge. Because the way people see it in this culture, she is someone's mom, and if she's in the same category as you, and you are a male and she is a female, she's higher than you in rank. So, in royalty, the female will always be higher rank than the other males. She will... Because she's probably your aunt, your mother, or your sister, she's always going to be above you. Think of it kind of like hyenas, where the females are higher in rank than the males. Let's move this down a little more. So in every rank, the female will outrank a male. Below her will be the alpha male. So because she provides children, she's the most important and she's in charge. She quite literally propagates the species and chooses who gets to pass down his genes. Alpha males provide safety and food, basically. So they provide safety and food. Females provide children and raising. And the way they see it, the person who has raised everyone in their culture will also be the one in charge. It's kind of like having an abuela in a Mexican house. It's like, that's the one in charge. She's the one who had all of us, you know? Like, it's kind of like that. So alpha males, they are in charge of hunting big game specifically. They are in charge of protecting the cities or their settlements. They don't always live in a city. They can have like tiny little villages. Hunting big game, providing. No. Let's write another word. Safeguarding their cities. There we go. Desmond, did you tell Blue Sky you're live? No, why would I do that? Thank you for reminding me. Can I spell right? There we go. I have told Blue Sky I'm live. Thank you, dumbass. Eehee! Tee-hee-hee-hee! Alright, so Blue Sky should now know that I'm live. Tee-hee. Let me hit the live button. There we go. Eehee tee-hee. Alright. Hiccup, burp, gross. Gross.
Icky.
Whew. Alrighty. So yeah, females, they're in charge of basically having the babies. So they're in charge of everyone. Alpha males are in charge of safety and food. So they hunt, they protect, they have the muscles to do so. So, you know, they're the ripped alphas that ripped Chad. Hold on. Ripped Chads that use muscles for people. They're the protectors. They're the brawn. If the beta males are the brains and alpha males are the brawns, the ladies are the babies. They're the baby makers. Here we go. So after that, there is the beta male, the lowest of all of the species. They provide knowledge. There we go. Knowledge and preservation. They're the brains of the operation. The best vet. Hi, Ethan. Welcome in. So, beta males. I should probably move this, actually. Hold on. I gotta do something. There we go. So yeah, beta males are usually smart as fuck. They are more they usually want to do writing. They have hardly any muscle, unlike the alpha males. But they are there for teaching, mentoring, doing priestly duties. Oh, Salem's fucking streaking! His pants are off. The boy is naked. He naked. Stop him. We're talking about beta males and alpha males. What are we, red pill now? No. I know that sounds a little funny, but I'm using the term, basically, okay, I want to switch music. This music is, I don't want to play DJ all day, so I want to find music that'll be chill. Let's play this. This music is correct. Yay, it's there, it works. If it would load. Give it a second. But no, alpha male is referring to the males in this species that have a fuck ton of muscle. Beta male has to do with males who are extremely intelligent. Let's turn that down just a bit. There we go. But yeah, that's what I mean when I say alpha and beta. Alpha are the ripped ones, betas are the small ones. And incubus clothes will hurt me for real, I swear, not making it up. Huh? What does that mean, Salem? Oh, because you want to stay streaking. Salem! Not to adjust my fedora or anything, but wouldn't the alphas be the ones who are smarter, who control the situations? Not for this purpose. Alpha males, it's just a reference to just the big ones. It's because I have no other words to use for it at the moment. They have their own words for it, but this is how humans would probably start referring to them. This is basically an alpha male, big old Chad male. This would be a beta male. He is small, he's fast, and he's usually very smart. So he knows how to get around something. Meanwhile, this guy just wants to crash into it. Call them big boys and call the other ones little lads. That's basically how they talk about each other. They call themselves big males and little males. But I am using the term alpha and beta because it's funny. In their language, they call themselves big males and little males. And then they have females. The women, the ladies. But yeah, here's the betas, the baby boys. In regular species, they're called orange throats and yellow throats. So that wouldn't make sense here. That's the species I'm basing them off of lizard. And like I said, that don't make sense here. But I want the terms to start sounding kind of science-y according to humans, so this is what the humans are calling them. So, beta males, small. Small, fast, in charge of culture. These are the dudes who love being... What about hunter and planner? Oh, they do also say warrior and scholar males. I will let you know that. Alpha males also call themselves warrior males. And betas are called scholar males, because that's their, like, roles. And then females are just females, because they don't have, like, these morphical distinctions. But basically, the big ones are the protectors. I call myself depressed. Oh my god, Arson, are you okay? Do you need a hug? I'll give you a hug, man. I'll even have Leon hug you. He gives the best hugs, by the way. He could turn that frown upside down. I call myself gay. But yeah, alpha and beta are human terms. Warrior and scholar, as well as big and little, are words they use for each other. Leon not only looks, but acts like he gives the best hugs. Agreed, babe! You look and act like you give the best hugs. He beat his chest a couple times, like, yeah, I do! That's not breakfast champions, bubba! You better be warming something else up. There better be something in that fucking air fryer, I swear to God. Do you want me to go in there and check? Do you want me to check the oven and the air fryer and see if you're warming something up? Because I will. You're cooking something, right? Yeah? I will beat you up. I'm about to fight my husband. Leon's actually King Kong. Yeah. He's so cute. I love my husband. But yeah, this is how they categorize themselves. So at the top of the rank is the women. Beneath them are the strong ones. Because the first thing you need to keep your species alive is the sex that can have the baby, right? And then the second thing you need to keep your species alive is someone to protect the lady and baby. So the hierarchy is person who have baby, person who protect baby, and then person who teach baby. Because being born is the most important part of your life, obviously. And then you need to actually be protected and no longer in survival mode. When you are no longer in survival mode is when culture can flourish. So that's why these are the priority in which they rank their sexes. So I came up with this male news anchor. It was a jackalope, and I decided to name him Chuck Shoemaker. Turns out that's a real news anchor. Chuck Shoemaker sounds like an actual name for a news anchor. So yeah, you were like, listen, man, sounds like it. You did it. I'm so proud of you. Ow. But yeah, you're warming something up, right, babe? He's not listening to me. You're warming something up, right? I will dump that in your lap. No, I won't. That's mean. But... I have an itch. Alright, so, the caste system has as follows. Royalty. I might have to turn this layer off soon. But we have royal, category, we have nobility, which is not quite nobility. It's not quite royalty. Royalty is like the people that own that area completely. Nobility is like the non-royal nobles. We use the same fucking term. Below that, I would not say priests, because in royalty and nobility, that is where the priests are located. Let me actually go look at ours. Because we have caste systems in our world. In fact, apparently it's very strong in India. At the top, there's priests. We don't do that, though. In ours, there is royalty, which is the queens, the priestesses, and the advisors. The alpha males would be like warlords, headhunters. Let's see. I will say warlord, like general. Like the dude in charge of the military, basically. And then the beta males would be the priests. The scholar males, as I've been calling them. They would be the priests. They would also be advisors, because they're extremely smart. But the females up here would be the ones that the lady probably takes the words from first. So in nobility, these guys work similar to how these guys work, but in a lower sense. So in nobility, the female would be like the queen's sister. Oh, hi, baby. Priest feels like magic is evolved. Is magic evolved, or is it sci-fi? This is sci-fi. These are people, these are like, indigenous people of a planet that has not gained space travel yet. They are in a Bronze Age. Hi, creature. Can I help you? Hi. You're so pretty. I love my cat. You're so pretty. I love my cat. Anyway. No, the priests are like just the ones that do cultural ritual stuff. So, females, they would be chieftesses. Chiefess. Because queens are ones that rule, like, multiple city-states, I would assume. A queen would be, like... Because the way I see these guys working is that they are basically a city-state sort of... culture, but occasionally city-states can marry in with each other, and then they become a larger kingdom. And if a few more like get married in with each other, that starts making a broader kingdom, and then whatever city is the most influential or started it, that's where the queen sits. That's where the ruler for all of the city-states sits. Now, there are still city-state rulers which are called chieftesses. So the queen is the one that rules multiple city-states. The chieftess is the one who rules a particular city-state. And they would be considered more noble, not royal. Royal is more like, yeah, I have multiple under my belt. Nobility, we got the female chieftesses, like I said. Still priestess, but lower in rank. After that, we have alpha males who run this main city-state. The local warlord. And they are also called headhunters as well. They're the ones that tell other hunters where to hunt and when, because they know the cycles of where animals are and when. How does this affect the sci-fi stuff? So, as of right now, it does not. These are a species on a planet that I'm playing in for the sake of world building. However, I do want to include them in my overall Eldritch Nova universe, But as of right now, their planet is uncontacted and unknown. But I have a story idea for a writing I want to do that causes them to be put on the map because of Drakkar influence. Oh, homie's out here just world building for the sake of the game. I like world building! You gotta love it. I like world building! But yeah, these guys were seeded by the Drakkar, which are mean, evil dragon people from Eldritch Nova. They like to seed planets quite a bit because they believe that it's their, like, sacred, entitled duty to have the entire universe be nothing but lizards. And these guys do a thing that caused the Drakkar to get real mad. So, the Federation will need to step in. Whoa, 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 why are we throwing up evil allegations? Don't mess with my lizards like that. These lizards are good. The Drakkar are not good. The Drakkar are usually evil. Lizard. Well, they don't think they're evil. They think they deserve to enslave the lizard species that they've created and then even eat them. They may not think they're evil, but their actions certainly are. Lizard, good. And lizard, bastard! Oh, but the Federation is the good guys. Actually, the Federation is... The Federation is more like a neutral authority that tries to keep shit in line. The Federation are the guys. Yeah, they're just the guys. So in Eldritch Nova, the Federation is made up of 3 founding races. Here, I'm gonna do this real quick since Arson is asking questions. Or not asking questions, but definitely getting my brain going. Neutral, evil, universal Sweden. Kinda. So these are the 3 races that started the Federation like millions of years ago. Oh, I want to say almost, probably more like 500,000 years ago. So this species, the Arcturians. They're a Federation founding race. It's my job. Fair. There's 3 founding races though. The Arcturians, the Lyrans, which are kitty cats, and the Avians, the birds. So these 3 species came together 500,000 years ago and went, hey, there's a lot of lizards. Why are there so many lizards? And then the Drakkar, these guys, were like, I don't know. Why are there so many lizards? I don't know why I'm quickly becoming anti-Fed. I dare you to insult my lizards. No. You should insult these lizards. They would much rather eat you. They don't care. So basically, what the Federation did was go, hey man, you can't, like, go up to planets that are naturally developing, destroy the original ecosystem, and then put your own shit in your image, because that's what the Drakkar do. If they see a planet that needs terraforming, they'll terraform it, and then they'll put their own stuff on it. That's fine. But they'll find planets that are already developing and go, life can be here already. This is easy. And then they destroy what's developing there, put their own cell stage seeding, basically, and then go, okay, develop into lizards. Okay, bye. And then they leave. And once the species on that planet has developed enough, they show up going, we're your gods. We made you. Therefore, we get to tell you what to do. Like a cruel parent. And then, after a while, if you piss them off, or if you're proving wanting in their eyes, they go, okay, well, you're a food source now. We're just gonna eat you. They also eat humans quite a bit. They love eating hominid races. These guys are just not good. They are slave trading cannibals. That's not based. Arson. Develop into lizards 50 million years later. What the fuck is this bird BS? Yeah, literally. That kind of happened in one of my other stories that I have, where it's like more raptoroid races, and they're starting to gain a lot of feathers, and the Drakkar are just like, Ooh, we have to nuke that. We fucked up. Or the thing is, the Jakar can't fully control what things evolve into. As with any abusive parent trying to get you to do what they want, you can't control your kids. Ah, yes, it is subjective to enslave your own children and then eat them if they don't do what you want. But yeah, that's how the Drakkar work. Now, that is not how every Drakkar works. Just most of them, you know. It's a good 95% ratio, but there are some Drakkar out there who have split away from this thought process and have gained enlightenment on that. All I'm saying is sometimes I get a little hungry, you know, one thing might lead to another. Yeah, just casually eat a child, it's fine. I mean, why are they there if not to be eaten in an emergency? I see. But yeah, that's how the Drakkar work. So, in my little story idea that I have going on, the Janua are not on the map yet. They are a Bronze Age people, still evolving, and then the Drakkar show up going, "We are your gods. Worship us." And the Janua go, "No, you're not." And then they kill them. So the Janua end up murdering a Drakkar or two, and the Drakkar aren't happy about it and go to try and nuke the planet. So the Federation has to step in and be like, okay, so, you made these things. They're people now. Stop. We're not letting you destroy another planet. So they're basically acting like park rangers for the planets that the Drakkar are fucking with. And they're like, please stop it. In fact, that's actually one of the most common jobs a Lyran, my lion people, can have. Basically, planet park ranger. They're the dudes that show up and be like, well, we're putting a fence around this area, so you can't come in here and destroy the wildlife. I would just say that they're a Janua system. Janua the system, I would say that they killed their gods. I'm trying to get the Janua joke. Ah, my shoulder. Ah, there we go. But yeah, is it park ranger that I'm thinking of? The dudes who make sure the area don't get fucked with? Park wardens, whatever they're called. Yeah, wildlife and land management. That's basically just like the most common job a Lyran will get. To sit in a designated way station that hovers a planet where they're like, okay, well, we gotta make sure the fucking Drakkar don't come here. I like the idea of the feds being park rangers. It kind of makes me feel like less authoritarian. They're not the feds. They're the Federation. They're the... what's the exact word for it? Let me go find it. Galactic Federation of Worlds, I believe? I have it written down. Let me go find it. Iris Replicator. United Galactic Federation, UGF. The factions is the running authority of the known galactic arm, and it's comprised of 3 founding species. The Arcturians, the Lyrans, and the Avians all act as different parts of this moving conglomerate. This set the laws in place in the galaxy that must be followed in order to stay an allied species. Potato, tomato, they're the feds. Okay, Arson. But yeah, these guys run, basically, whenever they see a species becoming space-bearing, they show up and are like, so you've figured out how to get out of your solar system. That's great. That's fine. That's great. So, you know how you have laws on your planet? Well, there's also laws in the universe that you have to follow. So please do that. If you don't, we're not allied. And if we're not allied, we're gonna have to keep a cap on you until we are allied. They're space cops. They're space authorities, yeah. Now, they aren't good or bad. They're just there to enforce regulations to make sure other species don't step on another one. Or break, what is it called? The Prime Directive. And the Prime Directive is basically, don't give the toddlers nukes. Basically. Hi, me. How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm talking to Arson about how my Federation works. But yeah, the UGF is... I just call them the Federation because it's easier. But the humans are actually part of the Federation now. There's a lot of allied races in the Federation. There's humans, Syrians. I can show them off here, actually. Not the Drakkar, obviously. The yellow ones are it. So humans are a part of this species. Syrians, Gobel, my babies. Legit question, not being silly. How political is this going to be? Because I'm here for it, but I can see this game pretty messily, having an entire organization galactically decide what you can and can't do once you gain the ability to go into space. Well, to be fair, once you turn into an adult and you have to walk out into the world, you can't just, like, drive drunk, break store windows, and commit arson and then stab a guy in an alleyway. You know? There are laws in place on our planet, too, to stop us from being shitheads. And if you do something stupid, you get regulated, aka you go to jail. Like, that's what they're there for, to stop other species from stomping on others. Now, they will not stop you from doing shit to each other. If humans want to go to war with other humans, they're like, I ain't touching that, that's your jurisdiction. But if there are unallied species, like Orkran, for instance, what?
Your baby. Yeah, your baby.
I have my cat yelling at me.
Baby!
Anyway. But there is an unallied species called Orkran, for instance. If the Orkran are starting to make, like, raids and stuff, and are actively hunting down and killing allied species, like humans or Syrians, that's when the Federation gets involved and starts sending authorities to help with that. But yeah, the gained ability to go to space is kind of like having an organization decide what you can and can't do with nuclear power once you gain the ability to make it. But we already have people that decide what we do with nuclear power once we gain the ability to make it. That's what treaties are for. Oh, hello! Fuck! Cecil, you scared me. Like, we literally have treaties in place that say, hey, you cannot use nuclear weapons. Hey, Desmond, what's up? Hi, Dad, welcome in! I have a cat butt in my face, so I can't really see chat. That's why I was asking how, like, space political this is going to get. Because in the real world, we have stuff like that, and very also have wars all the time. That is true. And yes, that shit does happen intergalactically as well. In the allied space, it doesn't happen all that often. Like I said, species on species war is not regulated. That's a species only problem. That's like knowing, like, a family has beef and you're like, I'm not getting involved in that. Like, that's kind of like what they do. They don't worry about species on an individual level, but they do worry about unallied species going after their allies. Oh, flavor! Oh, so much flavor smell!
Pass this highway one!
He said, what up? Now, depending on what my players do for the Elder Nova TTRPG, depends on how political it'll get for them. For my stories, it depends on the story. Like, for the Jernua, I do have a story idea. Like I said, I want the story to have these guys chillin', a Drakkar shows up going, hail, I am your god, worship me. And then they go, no, I don't think we will. And then they kill him. And then other Drakkar start mobilizing because they realize one of their men has died on this planet, and it was probably the locals killing him. So the Federation shows up going, okay, stop. No. Vampire Prince! Wow, that was... my voice was... Vampire Prince, how are you? My voice cut out very high. I'm sorry about that. Hello there! Welcome in, everyone! Hi, 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 hi! Let's give Vampire Prince a shout out! Hello again, Mr. Battler. Hello, Green Fog. Hello, Nell. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Midromiel? Is that how you pronounce that? And thank you for the follow, Drowsy! Thank you, Weewan, for the shout out. And hi, Corbo. Welcome in. Prince! I should probably close out your thing, huh? Oh no, now I'm just on my screen twice. Alright, there we go. How'd your art go? I know you were drawing lingerie. I was watching. I was lurking. I was staring. Zuzu! Thank you for the follow! And Onyx, thank you for the follow. And Corbo! Oh god, it's not telling me in real time. I wave. Welcome in, everyone! For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns. And I like to play video- wait, what's my- oh no, I forgot my own intro. Anyway, I draw art and I world build on Wednesdays. It's Wednesday, by the way. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. Because it's Wednesday, you guys get to see my lizards. These are lizards. Right now I am writing down how their caste system works, because I want them to be like Bronze Agey caste system, based slightly off Mayans, slightly off of, like Egypt, stuff like that. And hello there, thank you for- damn gremlin, nice name. And Sadly Alive, thank you also for the follow. Real quick, before you guys either dip or you have to go do something. If you check the top of chat, you can see there that I have a story pinned. I actually published a story a few days ago. I know, Prince actually talked about it Monday, which made me flush and blush and be a boo-boo baby. Thank you, Arson, for the 10 biddies. Ow. Attacked me. Yeah, big lizard. This is not even the biggest one. This the biggest lizard. I have 3 kinda big lizard. This is what their clothes look like. These are very messily done clothes, but we got the lizards. We got females, big males, and little males. The little males are basically like sneaker males. They're supposed to be pretty femboy males. I have women, men, and femboys. But yeah, if you want to read a story about a monster and a human boy making out with each other on an ice planet, check out that link at the top of chat. I wrote a story. But yeah, for those who are just now coming in, I'm discussing how these people work, but I'm also discussing how the universe at large, I guess, works that they're in. That sounds amazing, actually. It was fun to write. It's not quite done. I'm not done with the, like, last third of the story, but I know where it's going, and I also need to clean it up and edit the thing. But yeah, no, I have the first 2 chapters out now, and each new chapter comes out every Thursday and Monday. I remember all can be explained with chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets, you are correct. Bear roar. There's your bear roar. I was gonna type the same thing, you beat me to it. Teehee. Yes, the 3 genders. Women, men, and femboys. That's the joke. I also am calling it the ABO from hell. These are the alphas, these are the betas, and these are the omegas. But that's a joke. That's not how it actually works. The way it actually works, I'll give you guys a quick rundown since you guys have come in here. These are my big ol' lizard people called Jernua, aka, here, I'm just gonna write it in chat. Jernua. And they are a bronze-ish aged people. They also still use, like, obsidian and stuff. But they figured out how to do, like, metal alloys. And they work on a very hierarchical system, where females are at the top, alpha males are just below them because they are the protectors, and below them are the beta males who are in control of culture and, like, teaching. So we've got the ones who have the kids, protect the kids, and then teach the kids. In that order. So in there's... oh, what kind of news, Pats? Tell me. Hi, Jones, welcome in! How you doing? The dude who always shrinks poor Prince into a baby bat when I am around. Also, Prince, if you need to raid and run, I completely understand. I'll understand if you're tired. I know you've been streaming for like 8 hours sometimes, and I'm sitting there going, are you okay? Buddy, do you need sleep? Like, so please do rest if you need it. Yeah, those bats. 2 whole bats. It's the criminal. It is. There he is, the criminal. I think Prince is getting dinner. Oh, good. It is about that time for him. 'Cause I know when I was up, I just woke up and I was eating, I was watching, and I was in chat, and I remember him saying like it was almost 6 for him, so yeah, it's probably food time. Feed the prince! Feed the vampire! But yeah, y'all walked in on me writing out how the caste system works. So this is the caste system in terms of the gender roles, and in each caste, the gender roles line up that way. When I stream hours, I just bored and lose track of time, but yes, it's almost 8 p.m. I require sustenance. Get a food, Vampire Prince! And also, thanks again for the raid! Yeah, you go live at 6 p.m. for the UK. Yeah, I go live, I've realized, at a very convenient time for a lot of UK people. So I have a lot of UK watchers, which I find really funny and cute. Alright, I am going to turn these guys off for a second so that I can continue writing. So there's the royalty, which are the ones that are in charge of multiple city-states. There's nobility, who is in charge of the one city-state that they are in. Females are the chiefess. This is where I was writing before I got distracted. Perfect time for dinner! Yay! It's perfect time to grab some food, sit down, and watch stuff. And then beta males. Now, alpha and beta male are the terms that humans are going to use for these guys. They use the terms for themselves big male and little male, or warrior male and scholar male. They don't really call themselves alphas and betas. That's a human thing. I got blueberry muffins! Blueberry muffin! Are they shaped like boobs? Are they shaped like boobs? But yeah, that's the news. What? Today's your birthday! Happy birthday. We're so glad you came. Happy birthday from the Battler Gang. We were so excited. We hope that you were too. Happy birthday from the Battler crew. Happy birthday, Pats. I would, here, you know what? I'm gonna do this for you. Hold on. This is just for you, right? This is just for you. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Cecil, shush, I'm drawing something. And then let's do this. And then let's put sprinkles on this bitch. And let's put a little crown in this. There you go. Happy birthday, cupcake. There you go. Happy birthday. Yeah, Borf. Got a dip, got a study. Unclear. What's the word? Understandable. I was gonna say fair and understandable at the same time, and my brain wanted to say unfair. I'll see you later. But yeah. Get your study done. I was gonna say enjoy studying, but fucking who does that? Not me. Well, depending on what the subject is, but good luck. You got this. Don't study too much. Apparently that's detrimental. Study as much as you need to. Make sure to drink water. That's so real, actually. Listen, I am not the smartest bulb in the shed, okay? Yeah. Get your education. You're welcome, Pads. Pep. Also, I'll take the blueberry muffin from you. You mean I'll shove it in my mouth. Blueberry muffin thief. Me. Alrighty. I'm gonna keep this turned on, actually. So yeah, in royalty, nobility, what else do I want? Let me look at the caste systems that we have going on. We have the most influential caste system as of right now, which is India. I don't want to use India per se, but they do have priests and teachers at the top. These guys kind of have priests at the top, which is what this is. Beta males in royal and noble things are also priests. So, local priest. Local advisor. I got 2 tests. Oh my god, I am so sorry. But you got this. I believe in you. Alright, let's turn off the Genua while I write. After nobility, I'm thinking there might be some sort of artisans. Which artisans are like the people who create stuff. I'm just saying the feds show up, they told me I couldn't build a Death Star. I'd have some issues with them. Arson. You can't build a Death Star now. You can't do it. Yeah, you ain't doing it. I have to find my picture. Hold on. I need to go find something. I have an image that I use for this stuff. Where is this located? Open file location. There we go. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna look at professions mentioned in the, right here. What are you talking about? It's 230 at the Lego store! Okay, but you can't kill people with it. It's just Legos. But just one Death Star as a treat? No! No, everybody! No, you can't have a Death Star! Not until you finish your vegetables! You got Death Star money? Look who watches the Watchmen. To be fair, I'm sure there's something higher than the Federation. No one else is just privy on that knowledge. Alright, so we've got our artisans, which are not agricultural, what is it called? Like clothing workers, merchants. Well, let's add in the male, female, beta male. So female, alpha male. And the reason I'm using the term alpha male instead of big male is just because it sounds more scientific, even though it's not. But this is how humans would name shit, because humans can be silly about shit like that. In my universe, humans will name stuff the stupidest shit. And it's really funny. Alright, so artisans in the quote-unquote artisan class, there would be the females who would be working on artisanal stuff, aka they would be making clothing. They would be doing stuff in the home so that they don't have to leave their homes because they have little kids running around all the time. And then they have their sisters and younger daughters helping raise the children. What do you mean in your universe in the real world we have a fish named sperm whale? That's hilarious. There's a fish called a booby caca-fish. Oh god. You mean a booby caca-fish? It's gross. Yeah, there's fishes like that. Oh boy! They do that. Naming things the stupidest way is the human thing. Yeah, but that's why they're naming it like this. Don't worry, humans have named shit stupider in the past. In my story. If I saw these lizards when I landed, I would name the big ones big bastards, and I would name the little ones little bastards. You don't have to censor yourself. You can cuss. This is an 18+ stream. I'm not a babysitter. We are in the Adult Swim area. My favorite is Delta Smelt and Boobs Boobs. I remember Boobs Boobs. I'm also looking at different caste system pictures to, you know, kind of get a better idea of what I'm doing. Okay. So yeah, in the artisan category, there's artisans, fashion traders, what is it called? No, I wouldn't say trade or transport. And maybe craftsmen when it comes to certain stuff. And then the alpha males would be like the local guard. Regular hunters. Because these guys are the ones that hunt the food. They're basically the security. Eh. Homie, you know I'm at work right now. I'm not talking to you via voice chat. Oh, I didn't know that. Now I do. I was like, why are you censoring yourself? Arson, you're so silly. Teehee. Haha, you're so funny. Why are you blocking the word bastard? That's okay, I knew what you meant though. Alright, so beta males in the artisan factor would probably be certain physicians. And granted, this is not a hard and fast rule, but this is usually what you're expected to do in this caste. If you're in this caste system and you are this gender, this is what you're expected to do. So, physician, astronomer. I think a horse whale would be incredibly cool. That's just, I think that would be like a hippocampus, right? The water horse. That's all I would call it. There we go. And then after that, we would have the laborers. These guys are the ones that deal in construction and all that good shit. This is stuff that people probably don't want to do as much. So here, I would say for ladies, it would probably be, you know, it would probably be stuff that they do like bakers. Well, that would be more like an artisan, huh? Hold on. Cooking. Could be an artisanal thing. Artisanal is when you're making something out of something else that someone brought you. Laboring is when you're getting the materials. Laboring is getting the materials. Artisan is making something with the materials. Would you rather fight 50 wheel-sized horses or one horse-sized whale? Horse-sized whale. I'd love a horse-sized whale as I pet. I could hug it and make it a little... Yeah, that's basically an orca. Or killer whale, I think they're called. They're so cute. They're so pretty. Panda whales. Leon. Yeah, there you go, sugar. Oh, she caught your bear roar. I think he's done it more than once. Like, once or twice. But since you caught that one's fine. Alright, so in labor, female would probably be farmers, grain gatherers, probably millers, brewers. They would definitely do brewing. Then alpha males would probably be the ones plowing, building, construction, that's what it's called, masonry, like moving shit to build houses, and smithing, because they got the big muscles to do the big hammers. I know there's like many I've missed. Gotta keep those numbers up. Yeah, you gotta keep the numbers up. You gotta eat the booze. And then in here we would have beta males. I forgot to put merchants here. A merchant would be an artisan, and it would usually be a beta male. Because females are like, I'm not leaving my fucking house. Alpha males are like, I can't leave the town. I have to protect it. So beta males are like, fuck, I guess I'll be the goddamn importer. Jeez, you know? Like, I'm good at math anyway. Let me say me and my red orcs roll up on the lizard planet, and they're like, oh hey, our whole thing is making more babies for our empire, and we help them achieve space. And all the other jazz with all of our technology. We're out here carrying diseases, help these lizards, and the only thing we want to return is babies and loyalties. What do the feds do then? Depends on how the species takes you in. You are both unallied, so it is not their place. As long as you two aren't... Well, actually, no, you'd be breaking the Prime Directive. But you're also still unallied. So, because if you're unallied, they don't have as much jurisdiction over you. They still try to keep a cap on you, but they can't with every race. Nautiloids, for instance, are just as powerful and spacefaring as the Federation races are. So the Nautiloids get to also do a slavery and cannibalism. They're like, hey man, we're gonna steal humans out of their beds and make them pets because we can. Like, the Nautiloids are also not very good. But the Federation, like I said, they try to keep a clamp on them. But it's really hard because they have crazy technology just like the feds do. Just like the Federation does. But here, let's see. So when you say your red orcs show up and the whole thing is making more babies for your empire, are you talking about your empire? So you would be basically coming in and trying to make your own alliance, is what it sounds like? With technology, we're out here caring for diseases, helping these lizards, and the only thing we want in return is basically new troops and loyalties. You are breaking the Prime Directive, but you are not an allied race. You have technology that is probably as high as the Federation. And you aren't trying to destroy the people or the planet. So they wouldn't do much about it. They would watch. They would probably have Lyrans up there watching, and they would definitely drop avians in once in a while to be like, hey, so we cool down here? But other than that, they wouldn't interfere too much, but they would definitely watch. It's when you go after allied races, which is when they really jump you. That's all my team stick. We go to a planet, do a recruit through various means, and we also get a ruler that works with us, and then it's making babies in space-time. And it's all on site with the feds. It's on site with the feds. Like I said, the Federation would hover and watch to make sure you're not destroying the other species. But you're both unallied, so they wouldn't worry too much about it. It's when annihilation starts to become a threat that they show up and be like, hey, can you fucking McNaught? Thanks. It's kind of like this. I don't know how to say this without sounding awful, but it's kind of like on Earth, there is an area of an uncontacted tribe. The uncontacted tribe clearly does not want to be contacted because they've thrown spears at you. There's actually an island of people who have done that. They're like, no, leave us alone. And then a very, very, very technologically advanced set of humans shows up and goes, we're going to contact you anyway. We're your gods now. If you don't worship us, we'll just nuke your island. Who would you want someone to step in and stop that? Because I would. That's what the Federation does. They show up and stop it. If people are just coming in and saying hi and trying to establish some sort of meeting with these people and they are receptive to it, it's not really a no harm done sort of situation. I mean, I guess that falls under the definition of destroy because they would become hybrids. There would never be nothing but hybrids. Hi, Lilith! Thank you for the throw!
Water.
Thank you for the soup. Water. But the way I see it, there would never truly be nothing but hybrids. It's okay, you'll get them on the ads. Yeah, ads. Ads, I'm sorry. I am sorry for ad. I'm just having a little ad break debate with Arson. I guess not really a debate, just explaining how my people would work. But yeah, there will never truly be nothing but hybrids for a species. There will always be other species that prefer their own species. And the females in this particular species are very fucking picky because they can afford to be. This isn't a debate. I just like throwing ideas at you. Yeah. I like thinking about stuff like that. You know I love your building. Yeah, debation. But, yeah, in this culture, there's one female to two males.
Stupid meerkat.
Is that all you meerkat? I love my kitty. He's so cute. But yeah, the females, there's less to go around, and because they are a top chain, they have first pickings of any man they choose. If the male does not hold up to their standards, or the male doesn't grovel, basically, to them, they ain't gonna pick them. So it just depends on how your species would approach the females, because the females are the ones that make the babies. They're the ones that like integrate in there. Yes, alpha and beta males also make children. So if you had a species with a lot of other females that would show up and be like, "Hey, we're nicer than your ladies," an ad for the Creation Museum is wild. Now I want to know what kind of ads y'all are seeing. Now I want to know what kind of ads y'all are getting. I'm curious. What's happening? Ah! Oh, there's my pen. I'm actually going to keep this turned on. There we go. Okay, we should be back from ads. Let me know if we're back. Red Orcs are led by the females, and their whole shtick is expanding their empire as much as possible by any means necessary. So, basically, what would happen was, you have two matriarchal cultures clashing. The Red Orc females that drop in on my Jernua, I'm assuming you have a 50-50 ratio of male to female sexes in your species. What would happen was, about a third of the Jernua males would probably mosey on over to your females, while the Jernua females would probably try to stick with Jernua males. Some would go crazy and go for a Red Orc male, but he would have to adhere to the culture, or she would consider him a bum, basically. Why can't stormtroopers drink tequila? Because they always miss. I don't know the actual punchline, that's just true. They always miss. So yeah, what would happen was, a few females in the Jernua tribe, because they always miss their shots. I knew that was going to be some sort of joke. But yeah, they wouldn't go out of... They wouldn't run out of Jernua purebloods. There would always be a pure-blooded Jernua, because the females are that fucking stubborn. Name is name shots. You're right on track. But yeah, if the Red Orcs were to drop in, some females would take some males. A lot of males would probably go for a lot of your females. But the Jernua females are in such control of genetic selection, they would make sure that there would always be a pure Jernuan. The species would not be wiped out by hybridization. One of the big things of uncontacted civilizations, especially on islands and other planets, is disease. The uncontacted civilization does not have the same bacteria and viruses as the contacting group, and it can wipe them out. Would that be a factor? Actually, yes, it would be a factor. It's a very rough situation whenever you... Also, that, and you want to make sure the planet is breathable. The uncontacted planets are usually uncontacted because of those two factors. Oh! We got wieners! You got wieners? It doesn't necessarily have to do with the planet. This planet is the planet politics in general. If there's a queen, there's always going to be someone trying to get power, and that's usually where my boys come into play. That's fair. It just depends on the power dynamic and who's trying to get into power. Wieners? Yeah. My husband came in carrying 2 chili dogs, and I'm like, you got wieners, babe? Boy got weenies. Anyway. Yeah, no, disease is a pretty common issue that they have to deal with. Now, welcome to the day for the big pet. Now, the way my stuff works in Eldritch Nova, the stories that begin, they've usually done tests on that, and they've usually, by that time, done something in their area to make sure that the bacteria that they have on them is either inert or doesn't hurt the local population, because they don't want to spread disease. Because I do have... what's it called? They, nowadays, the Federation and other allied races have, very good medicine. Extremely good medicine. Chili dogs! Is your husband Sonic? Yes. He's a wee one. His name is Wee One. His name is Leon, and he's a bear. Leon acting like Sonic the Hedgehog. Y'all all on the same brain. Hey, babe, everyone's asking if you're Sonic the Hedgehog. Because you got... What? He went, what? God damn it.
I sure love chili dogs.
I don't know if you guys hear him, but he's talking. Well, he was talking. You print out labels, babe? Oh, okay, cool. What? Fair. And then she'll just go quiet for half a day. And you're like, girl, please, I'm trying to make a sale. Yeah, he's selling cards right now, and apparently one person is just not answering him after she came to him 2-3 days ago going, can I have these? And he's like, yeah, sure. Hey, you gonna pay, or? It's really funny. Alrighty. But yeah, disease is definitely a thing that they would have to worry about. But nowadays they do have suits, and they have not machines, what is it? Like, they're able to make their diseases inert and not spread. Medically, their technology has evolved to the point where they can keep themselves safe. What cards? Flesh and blood cards. He's selling flesh and blood. He is getting rid of his stock, his collection, because he wants to trade it in for Riftbound cards, because he's playing Riftbound now. Alrighty, laborers for beta males. These guys would probably be, like, animal herders. Because the way they see beta males, and they are guides. Alpha males are guards and protectors. Females are the leaders and the mothers. So, in a laborer situation, they would be animal herders and breeders. I think. They would do, like, animal husbandry, pretty much. Alright, after that, there's the untouchables. There's the undesirables. The criminals. If you have committed a serious offense in the culture of whatever city-state you are living in, it depends a little bit on the city-state, but for the most part, they all have basically the same amount of laws. Things like, don't attack someone outside of your caste if they are higher than you, don't attack someone outside of your sex, your gender, and don't commit offenses to others for either thievery or killing of their creatures. You know, the standard law that you would expect a people to have after gaining some sort of moral compass. If you break some of these laws, you become an outcast after a while, especially if you are a repeat offender. If you offended once, you usually probably become a temporary indentured servant to the family you've wronged. If you do it multiple times, you get your hair cut and you get kicked out of a city. So hair gets cut, and it doesn't matter your sex or gender. What kind of cattle or farm animals would they have? I have to think about it, but I really like the idea of them having, like, really big lizards. Like some sort of giant birds and lizards. Like, I'm thinking like some sort of ostrich thing. And maybe a type of, like, some sort of buffalo. I really like the idea of them having just giant, like, alligators that look kind of like horses. Like, they're these big old fucking honking things. See, that's what I'm saying. That's the meat and the potatoes. Give me some of this outcast. They've been perfect for my orcs. You know what? That's fair. But yeah, the criminals, they have their hair cut. They basically have their head shaved. Because if you're an adult especially, and your hair is, like, shorter than your shoulders, people know you were a fucking outcast. People know you did some shit, and you are not welcome into the city. Because your head is shaved. So you are outcast for about, I wanna say, how fast would this hair grow? My hair, oh god, my hair is actually a terrible example. My hair grows fast as shit. Let's say their hair grows, I don't know, half an inch a month. Let's use the standard human months for that. So 6 inches a month. Not inches, fuck. Half an inch a month. That's 6 inches for a year. So 2. They would probably be outcast for the very least 3 to 4 years before they would actually be allowed in a city because their hair would be so short for so long. One of the laws is don't attack your higher up that is prime for abuse. Well, yeah, that's their system. If you're a female, you are not allowed to hit or attack or injure an alpha or beta male. If you're an alpha male, you are not allowed to use your strength to hurt a female or a beta male. If you're a beta male, you're not allowed to jump or attack an alpha or a female. Now, if a female tries to jump a male, other females have to basically stop her. You can fight each other. Females can fight each other all day. Yeah, that definitely means there's a rebellion rising. It depends on the situation. So would untouchables be like solo nomads, have outcast communities, or something else? I think it depends on the person. So haircut, head shaved, outcast, unable to come in. Unable to enter cities. You're not allowed to enter cities. So if you are out in the wilderness, you either end up dying because you can't figure out how the fuck to, like, survive out there because you've been cushioned your whole life, or you have the skills to at least survive a little, and you join a group that needs people to help them with other things. Be right back, refilling water, but still listening. Understood. But yeah, I think it would depend on the individual. If, let's say, you are outcast and you're like, fuck, I can't do this by myself, I don't want to do this by myself, you can find encampments. Now, as an outcast, you're not really allowed to make your own settlements, your own, like, built cities, but that has not stopped them. They have done this before. Some cities have probably, like, city-states have probably been made from a group of outcasts who gathered together, and then that city-state grew, and by the time people realized it, it was already, like, a couple of generations in. Normally, though, they are expected to just wander with tents or yurts, however they get around. And yes, sometimes they will start communities. It's usually the best way to do it, but there are occasional people who just don't want to join. They're very much survival man. They're like, no, I'm gonna be a lone wolf. Fuck society. I'm gonna hang out over here. So that's how the outcasts usually work. And it doesn't matter your gender if you're an outcast. You're all considered your own category. There is no female, alpha male, beta male caste system in the outcasts. You're just kicked out. There we go. But yeah, after about 4 years is when you're able to have hair long enough to let you go to a city. You telling me to shush? I'm gonna fight you. Why are we shushing? What's happening? What? What? What the fuck? Leon shushed me, and he beat my nose. I'm just saying, if you're hungry, cold in the woods, even as a survivor man, and I show up with a nice big burger, MacBug burger, I think you're going to be inclined to listen to me. Possibly. You could also very well be dealing with certain outcasts that just want to steal your shit and cause problems. So it's a double-edged sword with that. It's like, on one hand, I'm getting a group of people. Granted, it is a small group of people. Being outcast is a serious offense. You have to do something fucked up to be an outcast. If, like I said, if you have done something wrong in their society, you usually just become an indentured servant for a little while. You get collared like a slave for a bit, and you get given to that family to pay off whatever debt you accrued by offending a member of that family. So let's say you're a female artisan and an alpha male artisan has rejected your advances, and you get pissed at him and you slap the shit out of him or something. You are probably put into indentured servitude for a couple of weeks for using your power over him and you have to perform whatever his family wants you to do. Obviously, there are limits. You can't do sexual shit. It has to be like work. Usually work within your job description. So if you were an artisan female, let's say you were a jewelry maker. Now you have to make jewelry for his mom for a few weeks. Because you hit him. Because that's a law you don't do. Now if you were to hit his sister, his sister would just get to jump you and try and fight you. That's fine. But because she used her power over an alpha male to smack the shit out of him, and he can't reciprocate, it's up to his mom to be like, either fight her for him or make her an indentured servant for a couple of weeks to apologize to the family and him. Surely you can try to steal my stuff, but I have laser and you don't have laser. You have stick. Hey, they have bronze tools. They have kopeshes. They have axes. They have... they have leather. On that note, what about jewelry? Looks like royal and nobles have a good deal. Do outcasts get it taken away? I'm sure outcasts get stripped of everything. You are given a loincloth, a shaved head, and a boot to the ass. That is all you get as an outcast. You get kicked out. That's what you get. Like, let's see. This would probably be a good sample of what an outcast would look like. That, well, except for the females wearing the bra. I do that because Twitch likes to be a bitch about shit. Even though she has no nipples and she doesn't have tits because she's a lizard. Fun fact, I don't give my lizards mammaries. Do you want to know why? Because they ain't mammals. Anyway, I do that for Twitch's sake. They don't wear top coverings. But this is basically what they'd look like. They'd just wear a little loincloth over their gonads. Sometimes maybe even not that, because they don't really need to cover them. It's more of a status thing to really cover the gooches. And then you get an ass to the boot. You don't even have hair. You just get kicked out. And that's it. And you get the chance, you should look up Cosmic Legion. They're an action figure brand that specializes in customization. They also have Mythically, in which is like fantasy, but cosmic is sci-fi, and I think you'd like it. I could look into it. Oh, to be a lizard and never need a mammogram. They would never need a mammogram. They don't got the memories. They don't got the titties. Now, their chests are round. The males usually have like the big square chests, and then the females and the littler males, the femboy males, they usually have rounder pectorals. Because of the musculature, but they don't have boobs. They don't have tit. They have padding there. They have muscular padding, but they ain't got no nip knobs. Ugh. They don't need the nip knobs. But yeah, this is basically what you would look like as an outcast. You'd be fucking head shaved, maybe underwear, and then kicked out. Alright, so I'm going to turn these down. Turn this on. Now that I have my caste system written out, I can start drawing clothing based on the caste system. Hey, if they got a hole, lots of gold. Do you mean a hole's a goal? Is that basically what we're saying? Because you're right. Alright, so I was drawing the hair. I was doing nobility and royalty. And the way it would work is that obviously royalty and nobility are going to have a lot more going on because they don't have to worry about getting dirty, getting their stuff ripped, getting their hair yanked. Whenever they're doing labor, they just chill on a throne all day on a dais, or dais? How do you pronounce it? Dais? D-A-I-S. Do they have textured hair like that? Yeah, well, some of them do, some of them have straighter hair. It just depends on the ethnic group. This particular people that I'm drawing do have the more, like, Polynesian textured, curlier hair. There are some groups farther south that will have straighter hair, like very slick. I don't want to use the term like Chinese or Japanese, but that like very straight ethnotype of hair, that very black, silky straight, and then they have like this really pretty curly hair. So it just depends on the group. Yeah, a days? How do I pronounce that? Dace. Dice. Apparently we pronounce it the same way. It's basically that elevated thing in a throne room where like a podium or a throne would be sitting. It's the elevated part of the room in the back. It's called a dice or a daze. That's where they chill all day. They just hang out in a great hall and they have nothing else to do besides listen to their constituents, listen to their people, hold meetings. The hall is usually big enough to hold a meeting with important people, and that's about it. Vibes. Yeah, that's great hair. It's awesome, pretty.
Thank you, Arsen! I liked drawing the hair. It was very fun.
But that's what her hair looks like. Now, I do want to also give her jewelry, because they're obviously going to be wearing a fuck ton of jewelry. She also has a lot of pretty makeup, as you can see here. She wears a lot of pretty brown makeup. The females are known to paint their faces with the symbols of their house. I figured that out last week. We were discussing it. Can I bribe you to make my Red Orcs canon? Hey, Arson. I already have Orcrin. I already have red orcs. Silly. Here they are. They're called the Orcron. The Orcrin. And they are called, I call them flame ogres. But they are called Orcrin. Red Orcrin. They have tusks. They have horns. They are very furry. And they are stereotypically known as pirates. Not all of them are, but it's like a stereotype because that's how they've been presented to a lot of people. And they're really fun. They're unallied, which means they are causing a lot of issues for the Federation. The Federation's trying to put a clamp down on these guys, and it is very hard. Their story is basically about 80 years ago, a human-ish colony. I say ish because they weren't allied.
Wait a minute.
Miss Puffles, you know who I am. I'm gonna fight you. I'm Demon Dracula. Hey, look, it's World Building Wednesday. I'm drawing art of people. Oh, hey, there's a link at the top of my chat that you could go and click. The Girl of the Guardian. Go read it. The first 2 chapters are out. Chapter 3 comes out tomorrow. Don't look at me like that. Don't give me that.
Hello there.
To Miss Puffles, I swear to God. You're like, tee-hee, I'm gonna follow and unfollow because I'm a brat. This is the song and dance. Yeah, you've actually been following me for longer than that. No, Stream Elements knows. Actually, it's been a lot longer than that. You've been doing this to me for how long? Years now? But yeah, these are my red orcs. These are my Orcron. They have a ethnic cousin called the Yogru, and they look like this, and they're actually...
They give me the bat.
Miss Puffle said, fine, I will pet you, I guess. But these guys are actually going to be in a story that I'm trying to write. I say trying. It's not going to be hard to write the story. I have the outline completely done. I just need to finish the first story I'm writing. Oh, yeah. It's a follow age. Yeah. Yeah, Arson's been here a long time. 3 years. 3 years and a day. But as you can see, this is what these guys look like. Orc people. And I am writing stories about them. That's what all these species end up being. Monster romance fodder. But yeah, let's get your most donated to channel.
Oh. I am? Oh. Oh.
Me making tiny voices.
Oh. Yay.
Hi, Miss Puffles. You goober. I'm new. No, you're not. Just because you changed your color doesn't make you new. Alright, let's get some jewelry going. So I have the jewelry piece in her hair. I feel like they would add more jewelry into their hair depending on who they are, but I'm drawing like a priestess look. Not priestess, chiefess look. Yeah. Have you met my twin? What the fuck is happening? I'm confused and scared. Phone's going to die still at work, gotta go. It's been fun on site. Yeah, fun on site with the fans. Yeah. You know what, Arson? Thank you. Thank you for that. I also... Thank you, Miss Puffles. I'm actually very excited and happy when people actually ask me questions about that, because it does help me think about my world. If you show up going, hey, what would happen if I showed up with my clothes off and I wanted to dick one of the creatures? I'd be like, yeah, I'll answer your question, because, like, it still helps me world build. It helps me think about my stuff in a way that I wouldn't normally think. So, questions and suggestions are always very much welcome. Or like the question about the diseases. It's like, yeah, that's actually a very valid concern that a lot of species has to worry about. Thankfully, some species have figured out how to make their diseases that they carry inert and not pass on to other species. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it still will happen, and people will have to go down to the planet and cure the population. That's actually happened before. Humans accidentally... It doesn't show up on my end for some reason. But yeah, that has happened before. Contact between species has happened and disease has spread. Because the medicine won't always work. Sadly. It has a high success rate, but not a perfect success rate. So yes, that has actually happened before. But for the most part, they're able to keep themselves from spreading too much around the other species. Alright, girl, let's get your makeup. Not your makeup. Let's get your jewelry on. So, I really... Oh, wrong brush. I really like the idea of these guys using their horns for earrings, because they don't have ears. They just have ear holes, like, right under those horns right there. Much like most lizards and snakes, they don't have, like, actual flappy ears. It's the little holes. So, what are they gonna pierce their ears with, you know? With what ears do which they pierce? So instead, I feel like they use their horns and they pop, basically like these little bracelets shaped for the horns that they slip over, and then they can dangle it around as much as they want. And these things can probably get heavy. So when we pierce our ears, obviously there's going to be a weight limit before your ear just feels like it's getting stretched too far. That's actually how we get gauge piercings and stuff. These guys probably don't have to worry about that. They can just throw on as heavy a piece of jewelry as their head can muster, because they don't got the earlobes that to which the stretchy. Yeah, horn jewels. Now, in order to figure out what kind of jewelry I'd want them to wear, I need to figure out what kind of materials they would have easy access to. This specific group, also, if they can carve jewels. I'm pretty sure they can. For those of you who were there in Prince's chat earlier, you know I've been researching a lot of Mayan stuff and Egyptian stuff too. Those guys had jewelry and they carved it. They had jade, and the Egyptians had lapis lazuli. So I do feel like these guys could have jewelry with gemstones studded in the pieces. They are also a Bronze Age people. They work with gold, silver, and alloys such as... gross. Such as copper, some nickel here and there, and tin to make bronze. Let me actually look up brass real quick as well. How do you make brass? Copper and zinc. They could even have brass, because they have a lot of copper. Horn jewels, yeah. I thought lapis was from Minecraft. It is, but it's also from Egypt. Bat roar. I did a little bat roar. I'm sorry, I burped. I've gotten way too comfortable when streaming. I just burp now. I blame my husband and Smelly Man. I miss Smelly Man. I don't know where he is, but I miss him. He was a streamer. And I liked raiding him. I like dropping in on him. I like elbow dropping. Dude, brass is pretty. I forgot it looks kind of gold. It is burnished. It is like a reddish gold, huh? It's very pretty. I feel like they might use brass for certain things. Especially for killing bacteria. Fun fact, brass can kill bacteria. Whenever you smell that like brassy smell whenever you touch it, that's not the metal being like rusted or gross. That's bacteria dying on your hand. Apparently. Let me look that up to make sure I'm not giving you false information. Yeah, because copper fights it. So yeah, it does it. It's antimicrobial. Brass can actually kill shit. Silver does that too. Really? I didn't know that. Is that why silver also smells funky sometimes? Because fun fact, yeah, that smell is literally bacteria dying. It's the scent of the dying stuff. Yeah, brass doorknobs kill germs. Yep. Okay. Cool. Just making sure I wasn't giving you guys false info. I learned something, and then I'm like, that's cool. Tucks into my brain, and then when I say it, I'm like, wait, is this actually right? I want to make sure it's right. Okay, so I kind of want these guys to have brass. That would mean bronze does the same thing too, huh? And I feel like each metal does different things. So they would be using bronze mostly for weapons and functional tools. I feel like brass would be more for decoration. I don't think we've ever made brass weapons. Have we? Oh shit. Well, Okay, brass knuckles do not count. When I say brass weapon, I was thinking like a sword. Okay, that's it's steel, copper, and brass. It's like a combo. Yeah, it seems like brass is used for a lot of decoration. I think they use copper nitrate on horse wounds sometimes. It's a bright blue. That is pretty cool. I didn't know that. That would make sense too, because copper when it's oxidized is blue-green. Let me look this up real quick. I'm gonna look up brass versus bronze and see what's better for what. Okay, so brass has a low melting point. Bronze is hard and has a higher melting point. I hear Leon over there being cute. Yeah, yep. He is a smith. He is my smith horse. He loves smithing. He loves like metallurgy, basically. So Leon knows a lot about this stuff. I do not. Yes, I know brass is an alloy. The metal. Cute. See, whenever I'm making a new species, I'm like, what does their dick look like? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's a joke, but also not really. But yeah, it seems like bronze is harder, which means it's probably better for weapons. It resists corrosion. Metal fatigue more than steel and is also a better conductor of heat. Brass is higher malleability, low melting point. It has just tiny bits of other shit in it as well. Susceptible to stress cracking when exposed to ammonia. Okay. So yeah, it seems like they would probably use brass for decoration and then bronze for weapons. I think it would also depend on the smith working it. And they would use tools too. Maybe some armor as well, but I feel like they don't have too much of the metal to go around. They have a lot of copper, but tin is a little more rough to find sometimes. So they would be making bronze mostly for weapons, probably for spearheads, as well as arrowheads. But I do feel like they would be using obsidian still. They're kind of like in that balanced hybrid state where they're using obsidian for some things and bronze for other. And I do think the higher warriors have ceremonial bronze weapons, like basically what looks like a khopesh, but it's like the sword that's curved, like the sword shaped like this. I can just draw it. I don't know why the fuck I'm raising my hand at you. Like, I'm an artist. I can do shit. But, like, it's those swords that look like this. Not a sickle, but definitely a khopesh. I feel like they might have weapons like that for more ceremonial purposes. Usually when you're fighting, you want a spear and you want arrows. You want to keep your opponent as far away from you as possible. Swords are for, like, dueling, really. You wouldn't want to use a sword when you're hunting. That's a stupid fucking thing to do. That's asking to die. What, darling? You look good as hell. Oh, what is that creature? We once playing a video game. Horns! Oh god, he jumped off the cliff. Anyway. Now, with brass, I think they'd use that for, like, drink sets, like tea sets, and statues and stuff like that. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Brass came later, dates back to 500 BC. Zinc is never found naturally in its pure state. People have realized copper smelted with calamine produce a golden color tarnish-resistant metal that was used for things due to part to its low melting point and malleability. Because it's so malleable, I think they would use it for jewelry and statues. Atlatl and spear thrower, my beloved. Yeah! Like I said, spears are the smartest fuck thing you want to take with you to a fucking battlefield or when you're hunting. You do not want to get up close and personal with whatever the fuck you're fighting. Maybe have a knife with you or like some sort of machete to slit the throat of the creature you have downed to make sure it's down. But other than that, you don't want to on guard, fuck that. Why would you do that? Stay far away. Use nets, use traps, use, what are they called? Like the clamps, the bear trap things. Use anything fucking else to make a kill as clean as possible when you are hunting or when you are having a skirmish with, say, the neighboring city-state. It would be dumb to just rush into battle with a sword. Now, not to say swords weren't used, but if you're in the front, you got a shield and a spear. It's usually how it went down. And some sort of armor. You know what? I'm gonna give these guys bronze armor. I feel like the more important dudes would get bronze armor, and then like the lower dudes would probably get maybe some sort of bronze chain. Is there bronze chainmail? Can bronze chainmail exist? Oh, I'm gonna look it up. Because chainmail is usually a smarter idea to do when you don't want to, like, build specific armor shaped to that specific person. You just do chainmail. It's a very... Yeah, you just add a remove. It's very much a one-size-fits-all kind of outfit. Okay, so we didn't really use chainmail much with bronze. Chainmail was a tactic that we used post Iron Age. By the time we got to the Iron Age, we had started making chainmail then. So these guys could have chainmail, they might not. It just depends on the techniques they have gathered. So these guys are going to have a Bronze Age for a long time. We had a Bronze Age for a long time too, but it collapsed. Because I actually don't remember the exact reason for the collapse. There was a lot of reasons. But these guys have not had that. In fact, I don't think they, because it's their history, not ours, they're not going to have a collapse. Not the same way we did. So why in the world, even if they did find iron, I'm sure they have some iron here and there, but why would you, bless you, darling, train smiths and artisans in the art of crafting iron tools when iron's a lot harder to work with? And you can just make bronze. Like, you already have people that already know how to make bronze. Why the fuck would you start working with iron even if you found it? They're not going to. Maybe, once in a while, you will have someone who has done something with iron. Bless you, love. He keeps sneezing, help him. He's like, good. But the way I see it, they're probably not going to make the migration from bronze to iron unless they absolutely have to. So these guys are going to be Bronze Age for a while. Even if they start pushing into what we would consider the Iron Age, they're probably still going to be using bronze for a while. Onyx said Gesundheit. Also, welcome in, Burrs. How you doing? I wave. Hello. Welcome in. How you doing? We are doing World Building Wednesday. It is a day on Wednesday whenever I start talking about cultures, creatures, and other interesting things that I find cool, and I basically flesh out this species that I have designed. I've designed dozens by now, but this is a new species that I'm working on, and I'm currently discussing their, I guess, history with metallurgy? I need to do more world building for my story. Do it, do it, do it, do it! Figure out what is the most important piece of world building you need for your story, and then focus on that first. That's what I usually do. For these guys, cultural caste system is pretty important for what I needed to do. So I wrote down how their caste system works, which is right here. And now what I'm doing is thinking up what kind of materials they would have access to readily, at least this group, based on the age, quote-unquote, that they're in. They are technically in the Bronze Age, but they're not quite... They're not Bronze Age people. They're more advanced than that. They have glass. They have brass. They have textiles. They have cotton. They have rubber. They have materials that you would not find in Europe, so they're not European coded. They're not Bronze Age Europeans. They're not like Greek, Egyptian. Yes, I'm taking inspiration from that because they were also Bronze Age people. But they have access to different materials, and they have access to different cultural elevations, I guess is the word I would use. They have different priorities than we did in the Mediterranean and Europe. And I guess the Middle East with Egypt. North Africa? Though that region. That whole area. All I know is every animal type, lizards, mammals, cryptids, all live on different isles. The main isle the story takes place in, Lizera, has Lizera. Let me know if I said that right. Has a celebration for two brothers or gods who brought the land back to life. Atlantis was built in a dead god's ribcage. Dude, building anything in a dead god's ribcage sounds sick as hell. Each isle has a different era thing. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I say, now if this is a Lizera. But yeah, that works. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Lizera. I said it right the first time, and then I changed it like a doof. Yeah, if you need to get some world building done, my advice for that would be whatever isle or thing you want to write about or work on first, focus on that, and then spread out. You want to, at least I need to take it by little chunks, or I want to blow my brains out. In Minecraft. Alright, so bronze chainmail could be a thing for these people. Which is the entire fucking reason I was talking about that. I don't know if they would do it the same way we would. I'm gonna look at just bronze armor in general, because they are going to have bronze armor for the royal and nobility. Because we didn't make armor, like full sets of armor for just anyone. We did it for knights, and they, like in medieval Europe at least, we made armor for dudes that were going to be super cool and super on the front lines, and also super some rich noble's son who could afford that full plate of armor. Usually, if you were a common soldier, you got like a bunch of wool padding, you got a helmet, you got a spear, and you got chainmail. And then you got a slap on the ass. That was it. But yeah, I'm gonna look at bronze armor, see how people did it that way, and see how my lizards would do it. Nepotism armor. Yeah, God, we hate nepo babies. Don't you just hate it when the king's son gets a full plate of dope ass armor and you're stuck in chainmail? I might give everyone hunches because they have tails for balance. For the castle guards, they stand straight as a sign of determination and strength. Are they lizards? Lizard. I'm actually drawing lizards right now. These guys are lizards. They're dinosaurs. They're dinosaurs. Alright, I'm looking at bronze armor. This is really cool. Armor. I like the scale mail. But they... I just thought of something. They have scales. They wouldn't need super crazy armor, huh? In fact, it might kind of make them look like a pussy if they're wearing armor. It's like, wow, man, you don't trust your scales to protect you? It's like, I do! Rips the armor off, throws it. Like, shit, now I have to rethink. See, this is what happens. I'm like, oh, I'll do this. This is smart. And realizes something about their biology. Fuck me, I didn't think about that. Plops on you goobers. Everyone gets crushed by Loros. Thempress! Hi, Thempress. Welcome in. I hope you're doing okay. Picks up Goblin, smooches forehead, puts down Goblin. Realizes Goblin is taller than me. Can't pick up Goblin. Man, you know it's embarrassing when a tiny little Batman has to say, oh man, the Goblin's taller. Hello, Thempress. Hello, Loros. Yeah! Thempress and Loros. Two wonderful beings. The main villain, a dragon dude named Thorn Seraphim, he's seen as a god since he's a dragon, but he's actually some random dude who got tired of his isle. You know what? That's fair. Don't you just hate it when a dude with a better culture than you drops in and starts a cargo cult? Man, me too. Maybe even an adventurer got sucked into the power of ruling over the whole Isle of Lizura. Howdy, Doors. Hi, Laros. We're discussing what clothing my people would wear. And I was like, hey, I'm gonna look into armor and metal and brass and bronze. I'm gonna give them bronze armor. Wait, shit, they have scales. Why would they need brass armor? But I feel like maybe they could wear some sort of bronze adornments, at least, to show off their station. And clearly they're not gonna wear helmets. They got the fucking horns. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is work on her. She's probably gonna wear brass. I feel like gold is for real nobles. Brass is probably a very common artisan and laborer jewelry. Maybe it's a commoner's jewelry. This lady would probably be wearing gold. But I did look up brass, and brass works very well. God damn it, can I stop using this wrong brush? I gotta draw the line and make sure it doesn't look like shit. Oh, I should probably do this to see what I'm doing. Hello, ma'am. I am here to draw you. Maybe to protect more sensitive areas like the stomach? Very possibly, yeah. I do know... Okay, so there's a reason he's actually wearing a pretty leather thing. Warrior males will wear jewelry and accessories based on what they've killed. So these dudes like to go out, hunt the biggest thing imaginable, and then be like, yeah, I did that. I'm gonna wear a tooth of it now. Alright, ma'am. Let's get you your jewelry.
So this lady would probably be a chiefess. I would want a queen to have something crazy on her head. But this one's probably just a chiefess of some sort. So I don't know if she would be wearing a crown. Crowns are a little rough to wear on horns. But she would definitely be wearing this. Maybe it's some sort of veil instead? No, she wouldn't want to cover her face. She wants to show off her family's markings. You could have them have glass ornaments with clarity, color, and texture showing off their rank and how rich they are. Possibly. They do have glass, but they use glass for other things. They could very well use actual gemstones that they've farmed out. Because they do have access to gems. They have access to jade, they have access to turquoise, they have access to like some sapphires and rubies. They're no slouches when it comes to jewelry types. I feel like glass would be more of a commoner thing. You're making your gemstones, basically. Brass beads could also be a thing. We do that. We have metal beads. That would be a little heavy, though. I thrifted a jade necklace a couple years ago for like $4. Oh, hell yeah. Jade is such a pretty color. Jade's a beautiful gemstone. Okay, let's give this lady her gem back. Not her gem, but her, there we go. So yeah, this would be a hoop, probably like an oval-shaped hoop, kind of like that. Not a circle, but like a flattened circle, an oval. And she takes it and she slips it right on the horn. And she's like, boop, and then she lets it go, and it dangles. Now, what kind of design would I want for this? Bone and wood and feathers would be more of a hunter male's outfit. She would be wearing gold and probably gemstones. What kind of design would I want for that? I'd say for them... Oh, good. I'd say for them, since they have horned heads, it could be loops with rare materials dangling off them. Definitely. Depending on the rank. Right now I'm just drawing a chiefess, so she wouldn't have anything too crazy. She's nobility, but she's not royalty. She also wouldn't be caught wearing feathers all that often. Now that is to say, I feel like if you are mated to someone, or if you have someone who is a alpha male and you're married to him, you're lizard married to the alpha male, he will probably provide you with materials that he has hunted and give to you. It's not to say that you helped with the hunt, but it's to say I have an alpha male as my mate. It's like a status symbol to say this is who is with me. I feel like would be a fun little thing to do. So let's just say, for the sake of this outfit that I'm drawing for this lady, she is not mated, or she's not consorted, rather. A mating and a consorting is two different things. If you're mated with someone, it's like kind of like dating them, where it's like, yeah, we're chilling, we might have a couple kids, but we're not married, we're not that committed. And then usually, thank you for the pet. Thank you, Bruce. But the way it would work in a mating, the lady could have like a couple of your kids and then be like, okay, we're done. I'm gonna go get a new guy. Because remember, there's more women, or there's more males than there are females. Women get to be choosy as fuck. And sometimes they'll choose a guy and then unchoose the guy, and he'll be like, So, when you're consorted, when you're basically lizard married, you're saying I'm committing myself fully to you, and we're going to live in the same house and have all the babies together. Which doesn't happen too often, but, you know, it has happened. And I haven't even told you the best part. I forgot about telling you this. It's actually very common for alpha and beta males to get together. Because there are so few females, and they're very picky and choosy. Some males will just straight up say, nah, I ain't dealing with that drama, and then go for another guy. Yay! And it's not punishable by their people, it's actually encouraged. But yeah, alpha and betas usually end up together. They're like, fuck it, the ladies are mean. we're together. We're gonna go kiss the homies goodnight. Now, it is seen as an offense if two females get together, two alpha males get together, or two beta males get together. They don't worry as much about two alpha males or beta males getting together. They'll just see it as like a dude, what the fuck. But females are not allowed to do that. They're supposed to be having kids. So it's, if you're a lesbian, it is sadly a not punishing per se, but you're definitely considered lazy and not contributing to your people's like progeny, basically. As long as you're having kids, maybe they won't care, but it is frowned upon. Water! Unfortunately, but that is the culture. Thank you for the stretchy wings. I will do a stretch. Oh, I broke my fingers. Oh no, their underground taboo scene is nuts. Yeah, well, because the way they see it, they're like, hey, there's less ladies. Now there's even more ladies getting with ladies. What do you mean there's even less ladies because the ladies are getting with each other? So they would consider that pretty offensive. Like I said, if you're having kids, if you have like a dude on the side as like a concubine and you're like, yeah, I'll just have kids with this guy, but the person I love is this woman, they won't really care as much, but they'll still think you're weird. But if you were denying having children, then you're in trouble as a woman. Hi, Laros, looking VC. Okay. I will peek. I will do a tiny pika. Teeny tiny pika. Tina tiny pika. There it is. Are you a boy or a girl? Well, actually I'm multi-classing, so I have levels in both. Yeah. Fair. Ow. Felt like something tried to just bite me? What the fuck? Alright, let's figure out some jewelry pieces that this lady could wear. I like what I did with the little hoops, but I want to add more to the design. I think I'll have the hoops come down for a couple of the design, and then add a lot more. What? You're cute. What are you saying? What are you saying to me? Weewan. What are you saying to me? Weewan said something to me and now I don't know what he was saying. Some dude axe bombed this place I work at today. What the fuck? Axe bombed? What does that mean? Like, he used axe body spray? Is that what we're saying? Cecil clearly has been practicing the psychic spells I've been teaching him, so he's going to give you phantom bites now. What the fuck? Cecil, no. Add gulag! Yeah, that happens. We have ads here. It happens for 3 minutes, but it's only once an hour. Because I fucking hate pre-rolls. It's only once an hour, though. Because as I see it, I would much rather watch an hour's worth of content and then have an ad sit for make me sit on my hands for a few minutes than, like, have an ad interrupting every fucking 10 minutes. That shit annoys me to no end. Like, actually annoys me. Axe is a shitty dude deodorant. Yeah. Axe body spray. Gross. So while ads are going, I am just gonna chill. Leon's screaming. Kill! And I'm gonna look for some shapes. Oh, is it better? Like, is it... It's not laggy?
Like, okay, so the servers are experiencing some issues.
Okay.
But that's just because there's thousands and thousands and thousands.
I figured it was gonna have latency because of people joining. Ow. Here it is, okay. Last time I heard about that, it was middle school. What about Axe body spray? Yeah. Axe body spray is so named because it fills your nose with the pain of getting cut by a bunch of mini axes. Ads over! Okay, for Onyx. Excellent. Welcome back, Onyx. I'm letting... It says ads for another minute, so I'm gonna let that keep going while I just chill. While we're chilling, I'm scrolling through the internet. I'm on DuckDuckGo, because I'm not using Google. Fuck Google. I'm on DuckDuckGo, and I'm, like, picking up jewelry inspirations from like different cultures. Aga booga! What the fuck, man? Sugar skull, what the hell? I'm on the floor, help me. She sneezed so hard, it flew me back. That's pretty. Okay, I really like that design. But yeah, I'm looking at different like ancient cultural jewelry pieces and looking at their shapes. Alright. Thank you for the pant. Anyways, yeah, enjoy the cat. He's now a sorcerer. He's got infernal heritage. He would. Aw, hi, sweet boy napping in the bed. You're so cute. I have a cat, and he is laying on a pile of blankets, and he is sleepagee bo beebagee. Alright, we should be back completely. Welcome back, everyone! We are looking at jewelry pieces for this lady. I've gathered up a bunch of references, and I think I'm gonna start with this jewelry piece right here. That is a necklace. We don't need this. That would be for a priest. That would also be for a priest. What do you mean the piece of jewelry isn't available on the website anymore? I want to look at it. It was pretty. I hate when websites are like, hey, you can see it on your search engine, but you can't see it on the website. Welcome back, Burrs. Welcome back, everybody, from the ads. Holy fart, there's a boss in City of Heroes that's really tough. Whoop his ass. Get him, sure. Alrighty, let's figure this out, shall we? So, right here is where the gravity would happen the most. So we've got a bead here, which is where the connection would start. I would want some circle. Actually, let's be smart about this. Circle. That circle's a little too thick. I'm gonna make it 3.4. Circle. Circle. Alright. Ooh, hold up. I have an idea. So, here's the connection. This is where it'll be attached. She could have, like, designs in here. It would be made of gold or brass, depending on who she is. Oh, right. Brass is a commoner's jewelry piece. She is not a commoner. She is a chiefess. God bless the circle tool. I fucking love the circle tool. Why is it fun to design characters in City of Heroes? It is so fucking fun. I have 3 tabs worth of characters. I had like 30. I have 30 like character designs. I love making characters in City of Heroes. I have tried to make Diego. There is no shark tail, and I'm sad. There's also no like under skin like color you can do. So he's not accurate, but it's fine. Marco is very accurate, but Diego is not. Is it like making a Sims house? I love making Sims houses. Okay, so I own The Sims 4. I own it. I co-own it with a few friends, family members. And when I play it, I'm not playing it to play The Sims. I'm playing it to build shit. All I'm doing is building stuff. I don't play Sims, but I'd imagine so. I love building in Sims. See. I do. I have a fish. I have a fish man. Who wants to see fish man real quick? I'll show you what I'm talking about. Because it's a little rough making this guy. I tried. I made Glazia pretty accurately. Vine less accurately. And then Diego, I was just struggling. You want to see fish? Should I show him with his pingus, with his busick out, or you know what? I'm just gonna show him in his civilian clothes. I'm gonna give you him his civvy. He's a hero, by the way. City. Easy poopeasy? What? Yes. So, Sugar Skull is referring to City of Heroes, which is a like superhero MMO. It's very fun. And I have a lot of superhero OCs actually. And this is one of them. This is him in his civvy clothes. So he's not in hero work right now. When he's doing hero work, he's dressed in basically a red and blue like swimsuit that comes to about his wrists and his legs like this right here. But there he is, my fish boy. And this is a very hard fucking thing design to put in City of Heroes. City of Heroes is very good at designs, but they don't have a fishtail and they don't have like this white undertone that I really wanted to give my boy. Is that a fishnet shirt? Yes. That's the joke. That's the joke. It's like if my OCs, Thalassia and Beatrice and Vergift had a baby. That sounds about right. He's a shark! He's shark baby. But yeah, I tried to make him. I failed utterly. I fucking failed. I could only make him blue. I couldn't make him gray. It didn't let me. I don't know why. It, like, skin tone wouldn't let me make him gray. That made me very sad. Damn, he big thighs, too. He big fish! He big man! Here, I'll show you his pinup. Don't tell Twitch. Y'all should all be 18 plus here anyway. There you go. Here's his, He has a bulgy, so I'm trying to, like, not show it off. There he is. The big old fish man. I love him. He's huge. His tail is fucking huge, too. And it, like I said, it made me sad, because I could not find a good equivalent. And I wanted to. Yeah, he's my fish boy. He's my superhero OC. He's one of my superhero OCs. I have, like, 10. I thought I saw gray in the skin tone selection. Did you? I might have fucking missed it. Or it might have not been a gray that I needed. I don't remember. I just know I made him like a pale, like grayish blue instead. And I was like, this does not look like Diego, but whatever. Fun fact, sharks have 2 dicks. Fun fact, Diego has 2 dicks. Yeah. Yeah, he big. He a big boy. I love him. He's my baby. He's slightly yandere. So he's only slightly unhealthy for you in a relationship. He's very much a once I like you, I'm obsessing over you kind of dude. I'm hovering you. And I love him. Alright, back to the game. Back to the lady. Also, I don't apologize for the possible Game Grumps quotes that I might throw at you. Okay, so I want this one bigger. And she has these connections right here. And she has another piece. Let's actually make this have a bunch of little jewelry pieces in it. So here's a thing, and then she'll have like 4 more here, 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 and here. Let me make it a little more even. There we go. And then decoration. Don't die. No dying. We want no. Perfect. Exactly my time. Shark. Obsessed with me. Sick. Goth. Let's go. Muscle. He's a muscle daddy goth yandere. There you go. And a shark. People die when they are killed. People do die when they're killed in Minecraft. Okay, so this would be about how I want it. And I do like the idea of the final one being a square, because hear me out. Hear me out. I'll show you why. Oh, that's Inca, not Mayan. That's fine. I was looking at jewelry and it's like, Incan outfit. I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm in the wrong region. I'm in the wrong time zone. I'm in the wrong era. Mayans are 1,000 years older than the Inca. Well, that's Colombia. I'll look at some Colombian outfits. I don't want to do that. So I've noticed a lot of Mesoamerican, especially like in the more southern parts, they do this. They have like these nose thingies that like comes out of their face. I don't think these guys would have much going on in their noses. Maybe some tribes would have like beads coming out like this, but I don't think they fuck with their nostrils all that much. They don't have the same whatever this is called, the septum. They don't have the same septum shape as we do. So I don't think they would do that all that often. I think it might fuck with them if they try. I need more goth clothing. Me too! I'd be equal parts flattered and afraid of a yandere. You'd be like, oh my god, you chose me? Why? Also, I'm scared of you. I fear judgment from the family I live with. Aww. I'm sorry to hear that. Meanwhile, I casually don... What am I wearing? Black pants, black cardigan, purple shirt. I'm out here casual gothing it up. I'd wear my black lipstick more often when I stream because I like teasing my husband. But I can't. If I wore my black lipstick while I was streaming, my model would do this the entire time. Because it thinks my mouth is open. Even though it's not. It's fucking hilarious. Because I did it once. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna be funny. I'm gonna tease me one. And then I did it, and my model was just sitting there like, I'm like, stop! My mouth isn't open! Anyway. No, I'm not gonna give them nose issues. I wish everyone here who wants a goth clothing a happy goth clothing when you are safe. Because I don't know what you mean by judgment from family. Is it like a, oh man, my kid's cringy? Or is it, oh man, you're the devil now because you're wearing black? Like, I don't know which version of the judgment is it going to be. Because I was raised in a house of kind of judgmental, I don't know, you might be going to hell by wearing a lot of black. But over time, I kind of got them sort of used to it. And they chilled out. So it just depends on the family, and it depends on the whatever you're dealing with. What about lip piercings? I've seen lip piercings to earring chains and they look sick. Oh yeah, I have seen that. I don't know. I think it depends on the culture. Because their scales, they have scales on their faces, so if they were to pierce something, it would be very, very, like, rough to get in there with a needle. Not to say you can't do it, but that's another reason why I couldn't... Jeez, hiccups, please. I can't give them tattoos. I was thinking about it. I'm like, I would love to get... Fuck me. I would love to give them tattoos. Lizard. Yeah, hi, Milcurious. Welcome in. Hit the lizard button. But I realized if they're going to be lizard-like people, they're probably shedding a lot more than we do. At least differently than we do, because what level of tech are they at? Technically Bronze Age, but it's more developed than that. Their metal is Bronze Age, but they're more in with the, like, 800s, 900s CE? On certain technologies. They have glass, they have textile mills, they have agriculture, they have animal husbandry, they're in the Bronze Age. They have city-states. They're like a little bit like Mayan, kind of like Greek in the Bronze Age, but then they're also more advanced in other areas. You got the makeup. What about some kind of stain like henna? Someone actually brought that up already the first week I worked on these guys, and you are right. The makeup on their face is actually henna. They paint themselves, and the reason I figured they would probably do this is it goes back to the caste system. If you were to ever cause really bad blunder, and let's say you're in a pretty big house and they want nothing to do with you, they would have to scrub your face of the tattoos you had. But since they're lizard-like people and they shed those layers a lot, it would be kind of hard to keep the tattoos. So if we used paint staining and henna instead, whenever that paint fades, you are no longer in that family at all. If you're an outcast, your hair has been cut, your paint has been removed, and all of your jewelry has been ripped off you. So it would make sense for it to be paint, because if you do some dumb shit, your house is not going to save you. You got, yeah. That's all you need is a metal plate you shove under a scale, a sharpened circle to go on top of the scale, and good whack with a hammer for piercings. Very possibly. The way I see their scales working is they're not like crocodile scales where they're all hard all over the place. I feel like their horns are pretty tough, but their face is a little malleable. They can smile, they can flare their nostrils, and they can lower these things. These are like big scale plates on their heads, but they're not nearly as expressionful as we are. When they smile, it's a little tip of their lips. When they show their teeth, it's aggression. They can close their eyes, but they can barely squint. What if tattoos fade is taken into account, sort of like a sentence? When it fades, you have served your punishment. The punishment has to do with the hair. So when they cut your hair, it takes a while to grow back for them, roughly half an inch a month. I don't know how long it takes humans to grow their hair. I'm comparing it to how fast my hair grows. My shit grows an inch a month. I have to cut this shit, like, very frequently because holy crap, it gets long stupid fast. But I would say these guys grow like about 6 inches a year. So until your hair is about past your shoulders, you are not allowed in a city. So the cut hair is basically your punishment. Because if you got shit at your chin, you did some shit. You're not allowed. You're not allowed in the cities. But henna and like paint staining on their face would definitely be a very fun thing they do. Which is what these markings are. It would be henna markings. Hair must be this long to enter signs everywhere, especially bars. Literally, you are not allowed in my city unless your hair is this long. I have said so. And we did discuss it earlier in the stream, but the outcasts that get their hair cut and are thrown out into the wilderness, some of them have grouped up and made their own little community that has turned into a city-state over time. That does sometimes happen. It's rare, but it has happened. Probably a couple of times. But normally, you don't have enough people to keep for a city-state to develop. Because sometimes people will just leave because they want to go back home. They've served their 4-ish year sentence and they want to go back to their family. They want their position back. And sometimes they will actually be welcomed back in and get it, depending on what they did. If they were a mass murderer, you bet your ass they're getting kicked out for the rest of their lives, you know, shit like that. But, like, if the offense was not so great that they are a danger to people, they could possibly get back in and get back in graces, but it all depends on what they did. If their skin proves too tough for tattooing or something, there are cultures that do deliberate scarring. That is true. There is scarification. I'm sure some of their culture does scarification, but I am not currently focusing on that. Because remember, these people are not homogenous. We are not homogenous. I am just focusing on one example of a culture from a certain area what biome do I want these guys in? Not quite the jungle, but not the plains either. Maybe like a dense, not really a dense forest, but like The in-between of a plains and a jungle. Maybe near a river as well. Ooh, crack it open, a cold one. So, maybe not quite rainforest, but slight jungle, slight plains, like in between those. What's their diet look like? They prefer meat, but as they have evolved, they have become more omnivorous, and they do have agriculture, and they grow different vegetables. Badlands? Oh, no. Let's not put them in the Badlands. Let me do a little research. Because I did mention they have cotton. So if we can figure out where cotton is able to grow the most... Oh yeah, the Three Sisters is a thing. I mean, like, forget what it's called, but it has acacia trees. Squinting. I can't remember. Hot and semi-dry, I think. Mm-hmm. Also, I know they're lizards, but they are warm-blooded, not cold-blooded. The Drakkar, the race that created them, the seeded them specifically, they are warm-blooded as well. Savannah! Thank you, Birds! I love when that shit happens where you're like, this place. Place with this. This one! It's really funny to me. Biomes in Central and North America. Let's look at this. No, I don't want that. Hold on. Oh my god. My N doesn't want to be pushed down on my keyboard. Fug. Alright, let's look in here. Temperate and mixed forests. Yeah, so they would be in a sort of temperate-ish forest with a slight tropical, depending on where they are on their planet. But these guys that I'm working on would be somewhere in a mixed forest. These colors of greens are really hurting my eyes. Ah, this is much better. Whoa, future biomes. What the fuck is happening here? Anyway. Yeah, I would say it would be like... Oh, Sierra? Is that what it's called? I'm trying to figure out the, like, actual... like, ecological name of the biome. And I think apparently it's called a Sierra of some sort. That's pretty. So yeah, they would be in a kind of mixed biome area. They have a lot of opportunity to do a lot of different shit. It would not be a desert. Desert. Yeah, I think it would be some sort of mixed biomes with some sort of forested area, a type of Sierra, and then a bit of tropical thrown in, like a little mixture of each, because of the area that they're coned in at. Do they water? They do water. They water. They drink. They do the water. They do need the food and they do need the water. Drink. They drink. They do drinkies. Cotton primarily grows in subtropical and tropical biomes. It thrives in warm climates that provide a long, frost-free season. With high temperatures, plenty of sunshine, and a distinct dry season for harvesting. Okay, so yeah, I did mention some sort of like Sierra tropical-ish like area. So yeah, because they do have cotton. These guys have access to it. They don't use wool. And they make it so fine. They also don't have access to silk, really. Cotton's usually, and leather. They use a lot of leather because a lot of the creatures they hunt are fucking huge. They have behemoth monsters that they fight. So, like, I said buffalo for what they hunt, like one of the things that they herd and sometimes hunt. But that's not quite the animal that it looks like. It would be something huge, but something less buffalo looking. But it's the best equivalent I can give you. But do they swim? Oh, I think maybe females and beta males, or scholar males as I've called them, I feel like they could swim okay. I don't think alpha males could swim very well. They'd be very thick. They're very much muscle, very strong muscle. They don't have a whole lot of fat padding on them, and they would probably sink. I don't think they would go out of their way to do swimming. I feel like they'd enjoy a nice bath, or like a nice little like sauna or place to sit in water, like to especially when they're shedding. I feel like sitting in a nice hot bath would be really nice on the scales. But like I don't think they'd go out of their way to go like swimming as a thing. I thought I'd share my findings. Thank you, Valkyrios. That helps a lot. So yeah, we're leaning towards warm climate with a tropical-ish, subtropical tendency that can dry out. Dense boys. They dense. Look at them. He fucking thick. These dudes are like 7'3". Pure muscle. Also bearer. They're himbos. Lizard hot spring. Yeah, I would love to see a hot spring. Thank you, Onyx. Yes, Onyx caught your roar. That is his. I made that just for him when everyone kept going, we want roared again. And I'm like, well, I'm making him a command.
Still.
No, it's not. I still think we should count by seconds instead of quantity. Because you can hold a burp for like 12 seconds sometimes. I feel like I'm getting cheated out of a couple of burp counters. I am so locked in. Excellent. Yeah, I usually have Sugar Skull doing that, or rather, Sugar Skull takes up that duty. But thank you, Onyx. I appreciate that. I heard a neat quote. A civilization that separates its warriors from its scholars will have its fighting done by idiots and thinking done by cowards. To be fair, just because the scholars aren't fighting, don't mean they ain't given directions. They are usually the ones that have the ideas when it comes to warfare, but these guys don't really do crazy-ass warfare. They're little city-states that have tiny skirmishes over territory sometimes. Not to say it doesn't happen, but as of right now, it's pretty calm, all things considered, in the region that I'm focusing on. And not to say the hunters are dumb. The alpha males are actually they're smart. They're not mathematics and astronomy smart. They're hunting and fighting strategy smart. And then they have the muscle to back it up. But if they're in over their heads with, let's say, a species from another planet drops in and starts making demands, the alpha males won't know what to do. Because it's not their jurisdiction. They have no clue how to hunt these things. They're just going to want to attack it. It's the beta males who will be like, okay, let's fucking chill out and not get anyone killed. Because each one has their intelligences just in different avenues. Like I said, females are the ones who are raising people and society. They know how to lead and teach the next generation, and as such, they are in charge. Like, I compared it to abuela in the Mexican household. That's the matriarch. That's mom. You don't fuck with mom. You don't fuck with grandma. She's in charge of the city. An explorer meeting these guys. So how do you resolve territory issues? Fisticuffs. What? The land claims have left lives. So when we do clash, our leaders do it in 1 against 1. I've seen females fight. I'm sure there's been instances where 2 females have fought each other for land. I'm sure there's been, because they're like, no, This is my land, my claim, my home. And then another female's like, but I want it. And then the rest just stand back and let it happen. I don't think it's been big, but females don't focus on expanding territory unless they need it. Or they found pretty gemstones that they want to mine, and then they blink, 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 I'm gonna take this, thanks. So yes, there is skirmishes here and there for materials, concessions from the other party, and whatever that may be. Sometimes there's also alliances. They can marry each other, which is what causes queens, because a couple of city-states have started becoming one. It's a whole political mess that I'm not focusing on today. I guess I am sort of focusing on it, but you know what I mean. I just want to draw jewelry. But yes, there is a huge political shift that happens here and there with these guys. And their society is more nuanced than big males go out fight thing, females stay in house, carry babies, tiny males do research and study stars. There's a lot more to it than just that. But that is the foundation of the culture. I really want to make this a square. Can I make this a square? Can I be good about making squares? I guess the artisan who made this was a little drunk that day. Let's fix that. I see what I'm doing wrong. I'm making this line a little too big. With W square shape. That's so shape. Yeah, I didn't want to do this, because yes, that helps, but like, I want there to be a little bit of a roundness to the corners. Like that. Pretty. Do they have birthstones? I don't think so. Mine's aquamarine. Mine is opal. Am I opal? I think I'm an opal. But I don't think they'd have birthstones. They have their own cultures in regards to like birthdays and stuff. Reminds me of the fact a good part of history got caused by seeing a man washing gold off his body, and instead of thinking, damn, these people must have different cultural views on the use of precious metals, they did the mental leap to, they got so much they can toss it in a lake. Yeah, that's where, I believe that's how, like, the El Dorado, bullshit started happening. They're like, oh shit, there's a city of gold out there. And then some natives were just like, yeah, man, there's a city of gold out there. That way, not here. It's over there. Don't fuck with us. Fuck with those guys instead. Like, I think that's one of the reasons why, though, well, obviously because they just wanted materials and stuff, but it's one of the reasons why the Europeans kept coming back. Some were looking for the city of gold. It's kind of hilarious. Square, but make it organic. Exactly, an organic square. Naturally occurring square. You look like an opal, not in a mean way. Thank you. My birthday Octobies, so I'm an opal. I'm an opal boy. Oh, my tummy is grumbling. It's hungry. Hot dog. Did you get a hot dog? I'm happy for you, babe. Meanwhile, Spaniards tossed platinum into their harbor because they thought it unripe gold. Yeah! We really did be doing that, huh? So, like, back in the day, we were like, what is this? Pff, get it out of here. Nowadays, we're like, that was the most precious thing we could ever use. Please, please, why did you do that? But it's like, we didn't know, you know? Ancient humans didn't know what they could do with certain metals. That's fine. Alright, where is that square piece that I was looking at? Where does it go? Where did my reference go? I lost it. It's somewhere in this burrowing of tabs that I have. Ah, found it. Okay. So, I've got this lady's jewelry. I'm gonna come in here. to give her... Am I hearing a bird chirp? Or am I hearing that in the... No, that's a bird outside. Okay. I was like, am I hearing stuff or is it real? Octoby! I'm an Octoby boy! Yeah, October 13th. Spooky month, unlucky day. Makes me happy. You're a March bee! March baby! Do they have bugs? Do the bugs bite? Or maybe scale mice? I don't know if they'd be able to get bit very easily. At least by the ones that are used to eating mammals. I feel like the bugs are also a little bigger. You're excited about bugs, are you? You're excited for this Friday, babe? I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy for you. Boog. You gotta get the boogs. Hey, Hey kids, you wanna see some bugs? That's my Oyoguru. That's not a bug. Where's my bugs? You wanna see moth people? I have bug races too, by the way. I have made a healthy helping of a lot of different species. This is all the species that I've made. Each folder you see here that's colored, each color means something, and those are all species. Bugs. Meet the bugs. I have spider people. I have mantis people. I have termite people. I have wasp and bee people, but they're blue. They can be yellow if they want, but these versions are blue. I have ant people. I'm still working on these guys. I don't like how they look currently. I want to redesign them. I have big spider people with 4 arms and really weird thingies on their mouths. And then I have centipede people. This is when it gets real crazy. Way too many legs, but hey, they're here. It's fine. I have lots of bogues. The spider girl is a baddie? Thank you. Which one? This spider girl or this spider girl? Because I think they're both baddies. Oh, I didn't color all of her hand. It's fine. That. Oh, this one. Yeah. She big. She big ripped mommy. And the spiders are bigger. Usually in my my bug races, the females are bigger because that's how females work. Not here as much because these are an infertile female worker. This is a fertile drone male. And then you have the huge ass queen. But yeah, I love her too. She baby. Tall buff ladies are amazing. Yay! Here, I'll give you another one. There you go. There's another tall buff lady for you. I have more. I think Lyrans are also pretty buff. That's a Zayden, not a Lyran. That's a gray. We're not touching them. The Lyran ladies are pretty thick. Who else? Oh, Tauramian women. Tauramian women get huge. I love my Tauramian. These are my favorite, by the way. These are my favorite lizards. Lizards. Yeah, big women. And then the Drakkar women are also bigger. They don't have wings because they are not drones. They are not males. Yeah, ladies. I think the Nautiloid women are the same size. Yes, they are 8 feet. Fun fact. 8 foot tall women. We got my fish people, and the ladies aren't that big. Yeah, there you go. Big boog ladies. Alright, I'm gonna close this back out, because I don't need this. This is just a race list of species that I've made. This is, like, from that same folder. It's just I've separated them into their own, because it's starting to get kind of laggy. I have so many folders and like, canvases in there, so many layers. I'm like, fuck, this shit's getting laggy a little bit. So over the course of my drawing on that thing, I have made my species, and then I'll copy it over in its new form, and then just kind of delete everything because fuck me, it's so laggy. Alrighty, I want to give her pretty designs in here, but I don't know what. I think I'll do something like this. Like just some pretty carvings or something. Yeah, like that. Just some pretty designs. And then we do this. See, she has the little danglies here. but I want it to be dangly on the square instead of the circle so that it's equal to itself. Let's give her beads. Ooh, it could be all beads, actually. But it could also be these really long things that I got going on. Meep. Meep and meep. There we go. Pretty jewelry. A really quick, completely off topic. I'm trying to draw an OC and I found myself in the unenviable position having to draw shoelaces. Oh no. Not shoelaces. Okay, so depending on the shoe, depending on the lace, what kind of shoe is it? Because the way I do my shoelaces, I draw the eyelets first, and then I draw 2 lines, like a combat boot. Ooh, okay. I actually have recently drawn something like that. Hold up. Medic, come here. I'm gonna grab you by the face. I just do 2 X's in the hoop things. Hold on, let me find the picture. There you are, come here, medic. Okay, so this is a commission I did recently, and this is how I usually do it. So these are my loopies, these are my hoopy loopies. What I normally do to get this stuff done, especially for combat boots, I'll draw the eyelets first, so I'll draw where the spots are coming from. And then on a separate layer, I'll do this. I'll connect them in a long motion like this, because it goes up this way like that. Then you can connect the bottom here. And then I'll do the same thing over here. I'll do that little crisscrossy. And then when I'm done, I'll erase the lines on one side, on the same side for each one. And then I'll erase this, because it's going underneath the shoe. So, once again, draw the eyelets, draw my crisscrossies. You have seen me so much suffering. Yeah, draw my little linkies, my little crisscrossies. Medic's shoelaces are a little different. This is exactly how they wanted it, but yeah, draw my crisscrossies. Crisscrossies. And then you erase, if you want to, erase the middle part all on the same side, like this. And then I get rid of the top part at where the lace tucks under, like this. And then that's how you get your shoelaces. And that's how I did these. So you can see that they've connected here, and they go underneath, and they keep doing that. See? And it's over here as well. Yeah, I hope that helps. What the fuck you mean, no, babe? What the hell? It doesn't help you. Why not? Wow, he says it's because I'm gay. You know what? Do the wizards lair shoes? Shoot me, I can't read today. I don't think they would. I feel like their feet would be tough enough that they could just walk on pretty much anything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they would. They have scaly, tough feet. Like, even some humans don't wear shoes, you know? So, I don't think they would. Now, they definitely would wear the fuck out of some pretty anklets. Like, I did this as well, where I gave this guy really pretty, like, string and, like, threading to wrap around his toe, like a leather cord. They decorate their feet, but... Bear boy! But I don't think they would wear, like, actual padding on their feet. I don't think they need it. Thank you, Onyx. Onyx, cut your bear boy. Eh, my nose. Alright, so I gave her her jewelry, her horn jewelry. As chiefess, I'm assuming she would wear just some really pretty dangly bits to show off her status, her prestige. Her Schwimba, yeah. Now, I was originally going to give them, like, belts like this, a girdle of some sort, with, like, a thing on it that shows who their house is, but I have since been thinking about that, and I think they might just straight up have a big-ass necklace that shows who their house is. And that's for nobility and royalty. Artisans, commoners, they don't really worry about heraldry all that much. They don't need to. These guys are probably starting to worry about it, though, because they want the city-state that they rule to basically represent their house, and they want their they want it to, like, integrate. So they use these house heraldry symbols to represent their city. My lizard characters have shoes with toes out for the rocks and stuff. Cute! Based on the climate, it's not like they need any shoes or coverings for warmth, right? No, they wouldn't need it. It's usually pretty warm where they are. It doesn't get all that cold. Leon's being cute. Alrighty, so I want to keep giving her jewelry, but I'm not sure how I want to do that. Because this necklace, I want necklaces like this, these collars, I want them to be representative of marriage. I want it to be like a consort thing. So they don't use the term dating, boyfriends, marriage. They use the words mated, a mating. Basically, it's like you're together, but you don't live together. You have kids, but you don't have the security of being married, basically. Being mated is not the same. You're basically, like, on relationship trial for a few years. And then it's usually the females who start the mating, and then they end it. Males, marriage. Males don't really have too much of a say in that. Sometimes they will. I feel like there could be some sort of festivals or dances, like times in their year, where they'll be like, okay, males have a chance to actually, kind of like a, what is it called, like a Sadie Hawkins dance, where it's like the females are the girls are expected to, like, tell the boys they want to dance with them, instead of, like, prom, where the boys ask the girls. In this, it would be the opposite, where it's like usually the ladies are the ones that tell the men how they feel and want to have their kids. But then once in a while, they'll have a ceremony or a festival where it's up to the men to be like, hey, you want to, like, get together or something? Other than that, it's usually the women who choose the males. So marriage is very rare. They don't usually like tying themselves to one dude, because you're locking yourself out of another couple of guys who could have really good genetics. It's cutthroat, but that's just how this works. And so I'm going to give her a necklace under the assumption that she found a dude so cool and irresistible that she's like, I'm locking him down, we're getting married. Now, I've been thinking about how this works, and I feel like a female could approach a male and say, hey, consortship. Now, and obviously the dude can say no, but usually they don't, because this is something that it's very securing to have that sort of thing. And the jewelry piece is made by the partner. So she had this made for her by him. Now, depending on if he's a scholar or a warrior male, depends on what he's going to incorporate in it, I think. Do they have, like, a dowry or weddings or anything? I don't know. I don't think they would have some sort of dowry, but they would definitely have security being in a relationship like that, because it means your genes are guaranteed to be passed on. Because males are not guaranteed any of that. As for marriage, I'm sure they have some sort of ceremony, but I don't think they'd have, like, a traditional marriage like we would think of one, where it's like, yeah, we're engaged, and yeah, now we're gonna go say our vows in front of people. I don't think they would do that. I think they would just go bang it out, say they're together, trade necklaces with each other, and then go, hey, we're together, and people would respect it. And then, sure, maybe there would be some sort of celebration afterwards, like maybe like food, drink, and all that. But I don't think they would do like standard wedding like we would. As for dowry, I think it would depend. Lizard honeymoon. Lizard. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so dowry, the way they work, it's usually a woman going to a man with a bunch of her belongings and jewelry. And I do know in other cultures there are things called bride prices where fathers will give their daughters to a man and the man pays either in cattle or like gold and whatever their precedent has been set. So I don't think they would be trading goods so much as they would be ensuring that their next line is secure. I don't think they put as much focus on material stuff like that. I might look into certain Mesoamerican marriage traditions just to see how they do it, but I feel like this is probably how they would go about it. No, it's so slow. In China, some families have their daughter take a handful of money depending on how happy they are with their marriage. Oh. Leon said, imagine getting 14 cents. Imagine getting tree fitting. Yeah, I don't know what Mayan marriage traditions would be like. Actually, give me a second. I need a drink. My throat's feeling a little... Water. Alrighty. Now, I feel like there might be some sort of giant fucking ceremony if it's for two nobles from two different city-states. Because that is a cause for an immense celebration because it means there is an alliance that has been made. I feel like they marry and do consortships, like official togetherness for alliance purposes. They would definitely celebrate then and probably have some sort of official thing. But if it's like two people that happen to be a consortship, some kind of a unification party, yeah, definitely. But if it's just two locals who decided, hey, we're going to be consorts, our relationship is not up for debate at all. Yes, we were mated and now we want to be together. Like I said, it's kind of like dating versus getting married. They are now married. They are in a binding contract. People, I don't think, will worry too much about that. The families will probably celebrate. Friends and family will show up. But, like, it's not going to be nearly big as a thing as two city-states marrying. For commoners and locals, it would just be yeah, they went and said they're married, so I guess they're married now. Hey, let's drink. Like, no ceremonies really for the common folk. My website broke. What the fuck? Wait, what the hell? I was trying to read that. Oh no. Well, time to close it out, I guess. Anyway. Let's continue, shall we? I'm gonna pretend this lady... Oh my god, this website's so bright. I'm gonna pretend this woman got married, let's say, to a scholar male. One of these guys consorted with her. She showed up, said, hey, boo, I like your attitude. You're actually really cool. You've been my advisor for a while. You're really smart. Let's make smart babies together. So she would wear a necklace to show that off. Because he would make it for her with her tastes in mind and his position in mind. So I'm thinking more square beads. I like doing square beads. Oh geez, I'm already fucking losing the plot here. Okay, hold on. I like having little spaces here and there because it, like, makes the beads look nice. Okay. No. Squarey, not squares. There we go. That's better. Okay, so this will be the start, and each collar is different depending on, like, who they are as a person. You alright? Oh, Wee One's getting his ass whooped, everybody. So, let's add more beads. I made them round in the, like, preview here, but I'll make them a little bigger. Make them a little more square here. That one's a little funky. It's okay. Like I said, the artisan was a little drunk that day. Because I don't need them to look perfect, I just need them to look hand-carved. Okay, so let's say her new scholar husband has created this for her because she showed up, said, "Hey, boo, I like your attitude. Do you want to get the lizard married?" And he said yes. So I would assume he'd add these little beads right here. I'm gonna just do this, make it look a little nicer. Okay, so these would be like tubular beads that kind of like stretch over. And then I'm thinking, because he's a priest, let's say this guy is a priest or an advisor, he would probably, because the way I want priests to wear jewelry, I want them to wear a necklace to their god. Because I really like the idea of them, like, adorning whatever god they are most dedicated to. They obviously have many gods. These guys are going to be a polytheistic society. And as a result, they're probably going to have a few gods that they worry about more in certain city-states. Because, like, let's say your area is prone to flooding. You're going to want to talk to the god of rain and rivers in order to not fucking drown. Are they stringing the beads together with cotton thread? I don't know. Would cotton thread be thick enough for that? Would it be strong enough? Hold on. Let's look it up. Oh, if I could spell correctly. I think cotton could be strong enough. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Oh, cold. Cotton thread for crafting. Yeah, you could weave it thick enough. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, they could. There is... Oh, it would be waxed. You would have to wax it. Ooh, what if they rubbered it? That sounds weird, but hear me out. These people have access to rubber. Great wolf lodge ad. Oh no, not the ads! Beadsmith waxed cotton. Yeah, it seems like there can be cotton threads for necklaces, but I could also very easily see them using thin leather as well. Just depends on who's crafting it. Actually, while there's ads, I'm gonna go use the restroom. Well, yeah, I'll be right back.
Lizard. I am back. Yeah, I had to go to the little bat newsroom. Ugh, while there was ads. Oh, my glove doesn't want to work. There we go. Alrighty. Oh. So, I know you brought up cotton thread, and I also brought up leather thread. So, I think whatever they're using for string depends on who's making it and depends on where they are. So, like, I could definitely see an alpha male, a warrior male, using leather because that's what he has the most access to. And it's like a, I don't want to say status, but it's definitely a, it's in his class, if that makes sense. Warriors are typically known for crafting as well, but they make stuff based on what they've killed, and they wear the stuff. So naturally, if you want to have a consort, and let's say you're a cool alpha male that goes on one of these festivals, and, you know, Sadie Hawkinson's in reverse, I guess, a lady, and be like, hey, consort, please? And you make a necklace for her, you would be using... Did you save? I'll save, I'm sorry. There, I saved, I'm sorry. You would make a necklace for her using materials that you have personally hunted as a sort of pride thing. You would add feathers to the necklace, you would use leather, you would use beads, maybe out of bone, depending on, like, what class you are. If you're, like, nobility, you would probably still want to use gold as, like, a status symbol, but if you have, like... If you're more artisan or labor and you're just a guard or something, or you're a hunter and you went out and you killed this thing that you found, and you've pulled out the tusks for, like, an occasion of some sort, you're gonna use it for that. If they have something like buffalo, they might be able to spin yarn too. That is... Depends on the fur that the creature has. It also depends on how much they're willing to fuck around with it. Yeah, I think it would depend on the fur. Because obviously with, like, sheep and stuff, it's a lot easier to spin wool because we've bred them to do that. So if they had, like, these big-ass buffalo-ish creatures and their hair was not fine enough to be woven, they might not bother with it. Let me look up buffalo fur. What does it look like? It's pretty coarse. Yeah, I think... Oh, no, that's pretty thick, actually. That's nice looking. Yeah, I think it would depend on the creature. But I say, just to be safe, leather would probably be the easiest thing for them to get their hands on. Zeppa, welcome in. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. Hello, hello. Take a seat, enjoy your stay, and enjoy some tea while you're at it. I am finishing up this little jewelry talk that I'm going with my creatures here. Because I want to, like, wrap my head around what materials each gender would like to use to make stuff with. Now, obviously, they're gonna go get necklaces and clothing made for, like, general stuff for themselves, but if it's like a special occasion, like marriage piece, you are expected to make the piece for your partner. And it's usually a necklace. So, like, her bracelets, she probably got those made by, like, a jeweler, like a royal jeweler. Maybe she has, like, her own personal attendants that make her clothing for her. But this specific necklace that I'm drawing, that, like, marriage collar, it would be handmade by the husband she chose. And I'm gonna pretend this guy put a big centerpiece on it, about a little higher. And then he tied it in right here. I'm gonna pretend he made a big ol' centerpiece.
You know what? It kind of reminds me of the collar necklaces that the water tribe does, where the dude has to carve the necklace. But here, the ladies also have to do it if they're the ones that propose. You have to like trade necklaces, basically. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. It kind of reminded me of that.
My name is Gub Gub. My name is not Gub Gub. It's Bub Bub.
All right, so let's say, yeah, he designed her this really pretty necklace. He had it he put in like maybe a star constellation that he really likes or something, or like what she would want. And then he would attach it to this collar, and that's what she wears. And maybe as a result, her jewelry is starting to like reflect it, maybe, so it can match. And each person has a specific designed collar. So females usually wear collar necklaces that don't go high up the neck because they're still in charge. You can't truly cuff them. That's the whole thing. Alpha males, when they become consort to someone, it's fully up the neck. It's like right here, basically. And it covers a good part of their neckline. It's also a lot thinner than a lot of other necklaces. You usually just do a couple of bead throws, and that's about it. And then scholar males, beta males, they have something similar to the alpha males, where it's like a few beads, but then you add like these little danglies to show that you are a mix of both masculine and feminine, because that's their role. For us, they would be considered like third gender, spiritual, priestly guides. For them, they're just a beta male of some sort. So yeah, they wear a collar up here like a male, but then they have some beads that dangle, like how her collar is lower, so it's very feminine shaped as well. It's a combination. He also is allowed to paint his face in pretty designs. As you can see here, she painted her lips and like her chin and her cheeks. Beta males are also allowed to paint their faces. They usually do nose designs, like painting across the face exactly. Ladies usually do it right here.
Oh, hello there, Esmore. Welcome in. Esmore? Is that how I pronounce that? Welcome to the Back Cafe.
Enjoy your stay. Just wrapping up here. I'm going over my species, my little creatures here that I'm drawing. As you can see, they're kind of, actually, you can't really see because they're, they were transparent. But these are my creatures that I'm designing, because it's World Building Wednesday.
Esme? Oh, Esme!
I could just say Esme. You're so fucking right. Esme or Lydia. You're so fucking right. I'm so dumb. Anyway, these are my babies. These are my lizard people. Last week I designed their bodies and their, like, base clothing for nobility. And now I'm using said base clothing as a design feature to do their jewelry and discuss culturally why they would wear their jewelry a certain way. I just realized this is lifting slightly off the lady's head. I need to fix that. I should probably do this, though.
Yeah, World Building Wednesday. Yeah.
See, Sugar Skull knows. Sugar Skull's been here for so long. She knows. Why is my music so quiet? It's so baby. There we go. Alrighty. But yeah, we've got her earrings, or quote-unquote earrings. They're horn rings that dangle. We've got like a consort necklace to show what that would look like. Leon started eeking at me, so I eeked at him back. Eek, eek. How about you make them trademark cute noises you put? I'll make noises at you. Alright, and we have determined that you can indeed use cotton as thread. As long as you like wax it or coat it and make it thick enough, you can use it. Which is pretty cool. Oh, I also do have her hair. But it's not... no, I would say it was done. It's in a unusual, like, more casual style. I feel like royalty would probably have a lot more braids, and it would be pulled up in this crazy design, but this lady's a chiefess. She's like lower nobility. I was half expecting Leon to make the horse squeal noise at you. Wee mine. I love my wee mine. But yeah, we will continue designing these people later. I could design some stuff here and there, because I already have the design here. I just want to line it properly. And discuss with you what the necklaces and stuff would mean. Their clothing would probably be pretty minuscule compared to what humans would wear, because they're in a warm climate, they're in a sub-ish tropical climate. They wouldn't really need all that many clothes, especially since they also have scales. They would mostly just hide the grundle and that's it. In fact, I think the only reason they would like to try and wear clothing more often is because wearing and owning something on your body is a sign that you are... Epic, said Leon. It's a sign that you have that prestige and that money to throw around to get that stuff. So if you're higher nobility, you're gonna be wearing a lot more. Your gear is epic. Oh, basically, yeah, it is. It's like, look how cool look at me, I'm transmogging all this cool epic gear I got. But on the opposite side, if you're an outcast, you have undies, and that's it. You don't want to be like that. So, you know, the more clothes you wear, the more cool you are. So, I will design her more clothing. I'll figure out how I want to do that, because I just gave her a skirt. She's very casual right now. She's in a very casual outfit. I don't want to copy Mayan wholesale. I am looking at it and taking aspects, because I do like the Mayan civilization. But it's only a part of the inspiration. I will look into other tribal bits of clothing, how we used to dress in the Bronze Age and different eras. We'll do a whole little research segment, but until then, I'll see you guys later. We'll do all that stuff next week. I might, like I said, I might draw some stuff off stream and then discuss it with you guys next Wednesday when I start this again. But yeah, until then, I'll see you guys later. Tomorrow, I will be playing more Retro Rewind. I said it right this time. I actually pronounced it correctly. Because that game is really fun and I really like it. And whenever I play it, it's going to be Friday the 13th. And I want to see how many people they put on me this time. Yeah, and thank you, Onyx, for being here. And thank you, everyone who followed. We had Zephyr and Miss Puffles, you do not count. And we had the Vampire Prince raid us, as well as Wild Times. All the lovelies. Thank you. Let's go find someone to drop in on, shall we? Let's go find someone to drop kick. Who do I want to drop kick? I kind of want to drop kick you. I'm gonna go drop kick a dog. Who wants to go see a dog? I want to see a dog. Let's go see a dog. Why are you screaming? Babe, calm down. Babe! Also, for those of you who are in here still and you want to read some cool monster romance, if you like my aliens, and if you like my monster creatures that I make, I have designed 2 boys. Here they are. I forgot I had this open, but hey, this is a perfect time to do it. These 2 are male MCs for a lovely little story that I wrote. It's pinned at the top of your chat, right up there. Okay, it's right there. It's right there. Girl of the Guardian is out. The first 2 chapters are public, and every Thursday and every Thursday and Monday, it will post another chapter. So this Thursday, tomorrow, another chapter will be out. And it's going to be a long one. It's a bit of a slow burn, because that's who I am. but it's also real horny. It gets frisky. And yeah, if you want to read that, go for it. Let's go find someone to drop in on. Let's do it. Balls? We want. There you go. Grab your raid messages. The first one is if you have my emotes. The second is if you do not. And I will see you all tomorrow. I gotta go rest my throat. I was talking a lot. What you clapping about, Baba? Nice. He got a bunch of cool shit. He got a bunch of secret orbs. Sorbs. Get the rocks, love. Alright, bye everyone!